Chapter 982. A Slight Time Advantage. Sounds of nature drifted about the seafloor. The aura of death neared. Ahead, behind, it was the same. But Xu Qing in golden crow form had eyes that flashed with determination. Gripping the severed hand, he followed the rhythm of the natural sounds as he sped forward. As he did, his eyes glittered, and golden crow fire flared around him. He was like a flower made of flames as he moved along the seafloor. As a result, the seafloor shone with dazzling, eye-catching light. As he raced inexorably closer to the dragon chariot, his heart felt empty. He kept his thoughts externalized. He was completely focused on his golden crow form and the music of the severed hand. He was almost like an actual golden crow as he got closer and closer to the bronze dragon chariot. Seafloor sludge was pushed to the side while the black seawater churned. Xu Qing, surrounded by fire, was the most eye-catching thing as Floating Fiend's gaze lowered onto him. The moment the gaze landed on him, Xu Qing in golden crow form shuddered. He could again sense the power of an imperial sovereign's gaze. Or perhaps it was most accurate to say that he felt the weight of the authority coming from those two eyes. The power of erasure caused more cracks to appear. The gaze caused the black fire on him to start dying down. He shook from head to toe as more cracks spread out. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. It was at that exact same moment that Xu Qing in golden crow form saw something incredibly terrifying some distance away in the water. It was a majestic giant. It was enormous and covered with countless tentacles that swayed and writhed. Draped over one shoulder was a massive chain that stretched behind it. At the end of the chain was a bronze dragon chariot. The chariot was very rundown, covered with rust and other traces of extreme age. However, the body of the chariot had beautiful carvings that still emanated an imperial air. The giant was dragging the bronze chariot behind it as it strode across the seafloor. Each step caused waves of silt to rise up and sent waves rolling out on the surface. Along with it came the sound of terrifying teeth crunching together. The moment Xu Qing heard it, lingering fear rose within him. Despite having a much different cultivation base than the last time he encountered the chariot and giant, the pressure he felt still caused him to tremble instinctively. However, he didn't slow down. In fact, he sped up. An instant later, he pierced through the currents, passed through the silt, and appeared right in front of the massive giant and chariot. In comparison, Xu Qing in golden crow form was incredibly tiny. However, the golden crow aura plus the music of the severed hand formed a special karma that couldn't be severed by the shears. Suddenly, the giant stopped in place and looked up, allowing the golden crow form Xu Qing to pass by its head. That caused the giant's massive form to form an obstacle to Floating Fiend. Xu Qing had gambled correctly. However, just as Xu Qing neared the giant and chariot, Floating Fiend looked away from him. "Your dazzling body made it easy for me to lock my vision onto you," Floating Fiend said coolly. "You sought to use this giant and chariot to block my path. If my gaze of killing intent touched the giant, then it would meet some unknown conditions and result in certain complications. My son had the treasured needle of a grand emperor, and now you have it, right? You can't connect to my karma, unfortunately. You're clever, I'll give you that, but not clever enough." With that, he stepped to the side to avoid the chariot. It wasn't anything difficult as far as he was concerned. After all, no matter how shocking the chariot and dragon were in years past, the giant was now just a corpse. It didn't matter that it could still move around on instinct. Without causing it to do something, it was basically useless. That said, though Xu Qing's enemy immediately realized what he was trying to do, considering how much of a crisis moment it was. How could his plan possibly be as simplistic as that which Floating Fiend had just given voice to? As Xu Qing shot past the giant's massive head, the eye of the severed hand he held turned bright red. Countless ghosts appeared. Then, the music that had, moments ago, been lovely sounds of nature changed into the howling of ghosts. It was the same tune, but the sound was piercing and mournful. It had turned into the sound of countless ghosts haunting the night. What was more, the rotting moon that the severed hand had previously used on Xu Qing appeared again. Instantly, the seafloor was thrown into chaos. A rotting moon rose up in front of the giant, right by Floating Fiend. The vicious face of the young woman was there, eyes opened and looking directly at Floating Fiend. A god wording like an ancestral curse spread out in shocking fashion. Godly might abounded. The giant shivered, lowered its head, and then fixed its turbid gaze on Floating Fiend. Floating Fiend frowned and stopped in place, his eyes glittering. Meanwhile, Xu Qing put everything on the line by burning more soul threads to flee with light evasion. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his position behind the giant. When he reappeared, he was 5,000 kilometers away on the surface of the water. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and more immortal mercury seeped out of the cracks in the surface of his body. Together, the blood and mercury dropped into the sea below. He was currently staggering and hardly able to stand up straight. An aura of death spread from his distorted and rotting soul. It was the curse power of the rotting moon. Though the curse spreading from the moon projection hadn't been targeting him, it was still so dangerous that it had affected him. Thankfully, he knew how to negate the curse. Therefore, the moment he appeared, he had the severed hand convert to playing the true natural sounds Welcome the Moon. As the song entered his soul, it caused the will of rot to fade away. Next, he quickly sent a voice message, except that a moment later, his face turned extremely grim. I'm still within his range. Without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used light evasion again. He vanished. Time passed. Waves rolled out over the forbidden sea. The sea was black and seemed to have no end. It looked no different from usual. The species on the islands, the boats on the surface of the water, and the countless living beings all went on like normal. Cultivators cultivated. Hunters hunted. The bustling sound of activity could be heard on many islands as evening fell. The afterglow of nightfall spread out across the black waves. The sky gradually turned forbidding. Night was on the way. No one could detect or sense that a fierce chase was going on in the forbidden sea. All traces of it were erased. Floating Fiend's authority of erasure ensured that cultivators who didn't have the same cultivation base as him couldn't detect what was happening. As for the shears left behind by the Vivifiend Grand Emperor, who had once followed ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, it was an ancestral device belonging to the Vivifiend Holy Land, and its powers bordered on authority. It had been given to Floating Fiend by the species, Patriarch, where it had floated above his head for the past 100 years, repeatedly severing the misfortunes of failed breakthroughs. But there was something more significant about it. It was how Floating Fiend's breakthrough to Imperial Sovereign allowed him to get the authority of erasure. The moment Floating Fiend had succeeded, the blessing of the treasured shears enabled his powers of erasure to reach an incredibly high level. Though Grand Emperor senses couldn't be easily severed, it was possible for the shears to temporarily erase them, and it increased the range dramatically. Before, Xu Qing had definitely appeared in front of people, only for them to not be able to detect him, as if he was in a different aspect of space-time. It was the same right now. From the beginning until now, the chase had been like this, quiet and undetectable. As evening was buried by night, Xu Qing's soul thread count had dropped so low he only had a bit more than 3 million. He was reaching the end of what he was capable of, and even now, his sound powers weren't working. It was as if all heaven and earth were within Floating Fiend's range. Of course, that couldn't actually be possible, but as night fell, it seemed to extinguish all hope. I only have one light evasion left. Night had fallen by the time Xu Qing reached a location not far from the lobster folk. His face was pale, and both his fleshly body and soul had reached their limit. That said, he was still completely calm at heart. An imperial sovereign was chasing him down to kill him. It was a moment of deadly crisis. But he had experienced many potentially fatal situations like this. This was probably more dangerous of a situation than any of the others, but that didn't mean he would let himself give in to negativity. Taking a deep breath, he took the human nature he had been intentionally wiping away during the chase and completely dimmed it. Coldly rational godliness then filled him from head to toe. His eyes suddenly became vastly more profound as he turned to look behind him. he began to analyze things rationally. He knew that the giant and the dragon chariot could influence an imperial sovereign, but most likely it wouldn't last for long. After all, no matter how amazing the chariot, the giant, and the rotting moon were, they were all dead things. I bet this guy has a reason for letting me run away. From the look of it, my actions are furthering the erasure effect. He's basically halfway to success already. Xu Qing looked down at a sea beast swimming through the water beneath him. Normally speaking, if this beast even sensed his aura from a great distance, it would flee trembling. But now it didn't even notice him. He must be afraid of my karma, so he doesn't want to just directly kill me. Seems to me that continuing to run is pointless. Xu Qing wasn't sure of all the details of this person's authority, and it was difficult to narrow down its scope and principles via analysis. All he could do was use the clues he had to make a plan of action. After a few breaths of time passed, Xu Qing looked down at the seafloor. He needs time to erase me, and I also need time for the outside world to realize what's going on. But theoretically speaking, he needs a lot less time. Therefore, what I need to do is slow him down, and at the same time give myself more time. That means there's one place that's perfectly suitable. After coldly assessing his remaining soul threads, he unhesitatingly started burning them, almost as if they weren't his own. Using one last light evasion, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the depths of the sea at a marine trench. At the same time, the severity of his wounds passed a major threshold. His physical body began to crumble. Countless bits of flesh and blood spread out. Thankfully, the immortal mercury and the sealing marks managed to hold everything together. Even still at the moment, Xu Qing hardly looked human. His soul was also crumbling. Despite his godliness bolstering his mind and thoughts, he still lapsed into unconsciousness. However, just before passing out, he calmly sent an order to the god Vine. As he passed out, the god Vine wrapped him up and shot into the marine trench, entered the bubble, and sped toward the dilapidated pagoda. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Floating Fiend appeared outside of the trench, his eyes gleaming. So the brat came here for his last stand. Floating Fiend took a step forward and appeared outside the bubble. As he tried to enter, the bubble's force of expulsion erupted, shoving at Floating Fiend with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. After taking more than 10 steps, Floating Fiend stopped. Looking at the dilapidated pagoda only a few dozen paces away, he frowned. Chapter 983, A Wind Picks Up on the Forbidden Sea. Late at night, the blackness of the Forbidden Sea grew even deeper. Using the naked eye, it was impossible to see more than a foot or two before everything was swallowed by inky darkness. Stretch out your hand, and you would have a hard time seeing your fingers. It was similar with the temperature. As night fell, the wind over the sea grew colder, screaming between the sea and the heaven as it blew northward. The cold wind carried a fishy smell, plus something rotten and decayed, almost like a sick old person with one foot in the grave, whose every exhalation contained an aura of death. That aura swirled about, combining with the cries of various unknown sea beasts. The night was full of mystery and fear. It was the same with the dark currents under the surface of the water. They were more violent than they were during the daytime. On the surface, they gave birth to huge waves. Under the surface, they created numerous powerful vortexes. Over the countless years that had passed, nights were always like this on the seafloor. No one knew why the whirlpools formed. They only knew that they were essentially a natural occurrence in the Forbidden Sea. It happened that way over and over again, seemingly without end. At the moment, a whirlpool rumbled through a particular area, kicking up silt to reveal numerous marine trenches that were almost like scars on the seafloor. Deep in one of those trenches was a huge bubble in the mire. Inside the bubble was a dilapidated pagoda. Outside of the pagoda was a god Vine, which sent out fluctuations of anxiety and hostility. Inside the pagoda was a horribly mangled corpse. It looked almost chopped to pieces as it lay there, motionless. Whatever blade had been used to chop the corpse hadn't been a sharp one. As a result, the flesh hadn't been fully sliced apart. What was more, it was connected by drooping strands of a silver substance. As time passed, the silver strands slowly began pulling the separated pieces of flesh back together. There was also a violet light shimmering faintly within the corpse. A few days passed. When the pieces of the corpse had all been pulled back together, it looked a bit more human. However, it was still covered with numerous cracks and was appalling to look at. But then bits of life force began to pulse within it, as if it were being called back from the netherworld. The closed eyes slowly opened, and though weak, they pulsed with incomparable coldness. The fact that I'm here and alive proves that I made the right decision. The imperial sovereign from the Vivifiend Holy Land was unable to get through the bubble and into this pagoda. I got back that slight time advantage. Xu Qing looked calm on the outside and was, in fact, very calm on the inside. He still maintained a certain level of godliness, giving him the ability to analyze the situation with cool rationality. His god perception was weak, but he sent it out to check the situation outside. Eventually, he sat up. As he did, his body and soul ached with intense pain, such that most people would go mad or pass out. But filled as he was with godliness, Xu Qing apparently didn't even notice it. However, it did take him quite a bit of time. In fact, it was only after 12 breaths of time passed that he was able to fully sit up. Taking out some of the broken face's blood, he consumed it, then closed his eyes and began meditating. He wanted to speed up his recovery as quickly as possible and get his cultivation base back to its peak level. Simultaneously, he would use the time he had bought to wait for help to come. Floating Fiend was seated cross-legged on the other side of the bubble, his face completely expressionless. A pair of rusty shears hovered overhead, shining with dim light. A terrifying mightiness circulated within them. They created a power that could cut off anything from the outside world and erase all signs of everything. It made it so that anyone observing the area would see nothing at all there. Even the shears were fundamentally not there. This is quite an extraordinary defensive barrier. The only way to get past it is with that Sage Heaven God Vine. 3 days had passed in which Floating Fiend had tried a variety of methods to break into the bubble. All had failed. With great force, he could walk 12 steps inside, but couldn't get any further. At that point, the force of rejection from the bubble was too much for him to sustain. That doesn't mean there's no way to break inside, though. I just need to temper my imperial sovereign authority a bit more. All that will require is time. 100 days should be enough. There's another possibility that could work right away, which would be to use the essence power of the shears. Forcibly using the essence power of the shears would wear them down much more quickly. Or, if the effect was too severe, it could result in the shears disappearing entirely and returning to become part of a great Tao. That was something he couldn't accept. Most importantly, when he was chasing Xu Qing, he had seen too many karma threads that he feared. He simply didn't dare to sever them directly. Besides, he had already tapped into some of the essence of the shears, specifically, the Grand Emperor might. That was how he had erected the temporary barrier of concealment. If he did more than that, the shears would likely melt, once again becoming part of a great Tao. Then he would never be able to use them again. And all the barriers he had created between himself and those terrifying karma threads would vanish. If that happened, powerful experts would definitely show up right away. What's more, assimilating his fleshly body will take time that I wouldn't have in that scenario. After a lot of thought, Floating Fiend focused his gaze on the dilapidated pagoda inside the bubble. Gradually, his eyes started shining. I can't quite accept failure. That's the flesh of the broken face. His body is probably the only one like it in the world. Combine that with the stories I've heard about immortal Mercury, and it means that his fleshly body, despite having so much karma, is probably the work of a summer immortal or possibly someone even more powerful than that. If I can get it, then I just need to stay hidden until the Emptistar Holy Land arrives. And then, even if that almighty individual gets greedy, he won't risk getting involved with eminent desolation's karma. In other words, chances are he'll just let me do my thing. With his protection, then this brat's karma can be wiped out easily, and the Vivifiend Holy Land will rise to new heights. After a bit more thought, he made his decision. I have 3 options. Maybe it'll be risky, but those who search for the Tao are born in the morning and die in the evening. It'll be worth it. When destined opportunities are born, anything is possible. 1. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Floating Fiend closed his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, a tremor passed through him, and a host of bloody flesh strands began to seep out of him and extend toward the bubble. They were so densely packed they were difficult to count, but there were definitely no less than 10 million. Soon, the bloody flesh strands had wrapped up the entire bubble, whereupon they started slowly pulling it toward him. It was as if they were trying to pull the bubble right up to him so he could absorb it. Floating Fiend paid very close attention to the process. However, what he was looking most closely at wasn't the absorption process. Instead, he was keeping an eye on the Grand Emperor's treasure floating overhead, as well as the surroundings. He was also checking to see if Xu Qing was doing anything. In that manner, time passed. The following day in the port at Seven Blood Eyes, Second Elder Sister sat in a seventh peak pagoda handling various sect matters. Because of the arrival of the Vivifiend Holy Land and the interactions with the people from there, the situation in the Forbidden Sea seemed to be going smoothly on the outside, but in reality was very tense. Seven Blood Eyes was active both in the continent of South Phoenix and in the Holotide region, and was considered an apex power. As a result, they had more responsibilities to handle than before. Xu Qing was out training, Erniu seemed reluctant to leave his non-human friends, and Third Sibi was roaming the mainland, sowing wild oats and disinclined to come back to the sect. Their master was in seclusion, and the patriarch was experiencing young love for a second time. That meant that the only person left behind in Seven Blood Eyes to handle things was Second Elder Sister. Although the other mountain peaks offered a lot of support, it was obvious that the seventh peak was in charge of things. Second Elder Sister was busy every single day. It pained Huang Yan to see his beloved wife in such a situation. He kept her company constantly, and the flattering look never left his face. He would occasionally knead her shoulders, would sometimes kneel to massage her legs, and would find time to put fresh fruit on her desk. He would even carefully peel pieces of fruit and place them in Second Elder Sister's mouth. He took care of her in every possible way. At the moment, he was also cursing her fellow apprentices. The first time I laid eyes on that Chen Erniu, I knew he was a scoundrel. Now he just can't bear to part with those non-humans, which directly leads to you being so busy, Elder Sister. Damn him. And then there's Third Sib. He's just as bad as Erniu. He's definitely going to die of exhaustion sooner or later. As for Ah Qing. Huang Yan was going to continue speaking when Second Elder Sister suddenly looked up at him. Huang Yan cleared his throat. He knew that his wife wasn't very articulate or expressive, but deep down, she cared deeply for her master and fellow apprentices. He quickly changed his tone. Well, Erniu isn't that bad, and Third Sib is all right too. Ah Qing is the best, of course. Speaking of which, I haven't been in touch with him for a few days. Before Huang Yan could say anything else, his transmission jade slip vibrated. It wasn't just his. Second Elder Sister's jade slip also received an incoming message. They took their jade slips out simultaneously, checked the message, and then looked at each other with serious expressions. The message was from Erniu. The garment folk were a great distance away from South Phoenix, so Erniu had sent a message that needed to be routed through transmission portals in multiple prefectures before it finally arrived. I recently had an inexplicable uneasy feeling. It's like something really big happened. Second Sib and second brother-in-law, is little Ah Qing doing well with you too? I can't get in touch with him. Second Elder Sister immediately sent a voice message to Xu Qing. When she didn't get a response, she sent a message to Sir Bloodsmelter asking for any information. Her last interaction with Xu Qing had been a request for him to go check on their Grand Master. The Patriarch quickly responded. When Second Elder Sister saw the message, her expression turned grave, and she looked at Huang Yan. Fourth Sib went chasing after a godly entity, and now nobody can get in touch with him. Huang Yan yawned and smiled placatingly. It's fine, really. There are a lot of things on the seafloor that can disrupt transmissions. It's totally normal. There aren't any godly entities that can pose a threat to that little punk. Besides, I gave him one of my feathers. If he runs into anything really dangerous, he would reach out to me. But since you're worried, I'll see if I can track him down. Huang Yan cast his senses out to his feather. An instant later, his eyes went wide, and flames were visible within them. He couldn't sense his feather at all. Just looking at second elder sister, he could sense the emotions roiling within her, so he plastered a relaxed smile onto his face. Don't worry, I found him. The little punk ran into a sea beast that's on the verge of igniting godfire. I'll go take care of it right now. With that, he turned to leave. Huang Yan, second elder sister said. He stopped in place and turned to look at his wife with a genuine smile on his face. Bring forth Zib back, she said softly. Don't worry. With a hearty laugh and a relaxed facial expression, Huang Yan turned back around and kept walking. As soon as he was facing in the other direction, his expression turned extremely serious. An instant later, he was gone. Out on the Forbidden Sea, in a location not visible from 7 blood eyes, dark clouds roiled in the sky, obscuring the sun and casting the sea into shadow. Endless lightning crashed in the clouds, and something that looked like a phoenix and an eagle could just barely be seen flying overhead. Its brown torso looked like a mountain boulder, and its feathers were like burning flames. Wherever it passed, the sky ignited. It was none other than Flame Phoenix. What powerful entity is out there that blocked my senses? 1. The saying about those who search for the Tao has been used by the author before. Unfortunately, in past translations, not even I maintained consistency in how I rendered the phrase, much less the other translators. In any case, it came up in I Shall Seal the Heavens in chapters 597, 631, 1144, 1145. It also comes up in Pursuit of the Truth in chapter 1422, as well as 12 times in Renegade Immortal, even being the chapter title of chapter 317. It didn't show up in A Will Eternal or A World Worth Protecting. Chapter 984, An Incoming Hurricane. Something happened to Xu Qing. Black clouds seethed in the sky over the Forbidden Sea. Crimson fire billowed out in all directions, setting everything ablaze. It was a sky of fire now. As the flames dropped down onto the sea, the water itself filled with flames. It became an actual sea of fire. Flame Phoenix's aura accompanied the flames as they spread through the dome of heaven and connected to the sea below. He was questioning heaven, questioning the sea, questioning the birds, and questioning the sea beasts in the water. Where is he? Countless thoughts began to stream into Flame Phoenix's consciousness. Gradually, the thoughts began to merge together as if to form a complete picture. Except, a power with no form, no reason, no result, and no will interrupted the thoughts. It came with no sound or voice, rippling and distorting everything, twisting the void, and causing the thoughts to be nothing but chaos. The flame-wreathed entity that looked like part phoenix and part eagle soared through the sky, letting loose a cry that shook the heavens. A sound that surpassed heavenly thunder exploded out. It was like something that could smash all obstacles, and it caused the interference to instantly shatter. Next, hundreds of millions of sensations poured into Flame Phoenix's mind. Every single one contained Xu Qing's aura, as well as traces of Flame Phoenix's feather. Those sensations came from the fish in the Forbidden Sea, from the countless sea beasts, and even some godly entities. The distribution seemed endless, which obviously wasn't possible. Whoever did this didn't actually erase my karma. It just scattered it all over the place. Flame Phoenix's heart sank. He knew full well that only a god or imperial sovereign could do something like this. His enormous frame dropped from the sky, smashed into the water, and sank down at a high rate of speed, wreathed in flames the whole time. The mutagen in the water evaporated, causing the water to change color. At the same time, hundreds of millions of sensations continued to flood into him. An incense stick of time passed. Countless entities affected by the karma wailed as they burst into phoenix flames and then crumbled into ashes. Backed by the power of the ashes, a low-pitched voice echoed through the Forbidden Sea. Turtle shell the arousing, fish guts the clinging, fishtail offensive the receptive. Nail the creative, halberd the abysmal, loom threads the gentle gait. Evening star the sun, malfunctioning spirit, the joyous rises to the look, burden the grass, using keeping still to seek. 1. The voice echoed loudly through the forbidden sea. The seafloor trembled, and huge waves formed on the surface. An ancient will accompanied it, forming terrifying might filled with hundreds of millions of thoughts. Find Xu Qing. Deep on the seafloor, within the marine trench, was floating fiend, who had erased all traces of himself within the darkness. He was currently outside the bubble, which was completely covered by his bloody flesh strands. As they slowly pulled the bubble toward him so he could absorb it, the sphere of flesh shrank down. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the shears above his head vibrated. Discovered so soon. Floating fiend's face fell, and he quickly performed an incantation gesture. A host of sealing marks flew into the shears, causing the Grand Emperor's treasure to tremble slightly before going calm. However, only a moment later, it started shaking again. What was more, the rust spots on it started to grow larger. It looked like it might bust apart at any moment. Seeing that, floating fiend quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some precious Dao blood, which landed on the shears. Blood-colored light shimmered on the shears, and the vibrating again ceased. Yet clearly, that wasn't enough. Only moments later, powerful fluctuations erupted from the shears. Floating fiend's eyes then shone with determination as he lifted his right hand and viciously grabbed his left arm. With a violent jerk, he ripped his arm off and sacrificed it to the shears. By means of the left arm, the shears released a massive amount of might. The authority of erasure in the shears emanated an ancient will, and the trembling ceased. Furthermore, it was locked in that state. However, the price paid, other than floating fiend losing an arm, was that a horrendous fissure appeared on the shears. It was something that could not be erased nor repaired. At the same time that the shears ceased trembling, Flame Phoenix looked up, his eyes shining brightly. This person has a Grand Emperor treasure. However, despite the fact that he erased all traces of himself, I can tell where he's from. Flame Phoenix looked over his shoulder at the Vivifiend Holy Land. In the brief moment of contact moments before, he had sensed the aura of that location. There was now no need to suppress the fire in his heart. As it erupted, flames burst out around him, and he shot in the direction of the Vivifiend Holy Land, immolating the sky and sea alike as he did. Flames raged everywhere. Back in the marine trench, the bubble in front of Floating Fiend, which was surrounded by his own flesh, had been pulled so close to him that he could suck it into his body. A moment later, a fleshy tumor appeared on his shoulder. Eyes narrowing, Floating Fiend spoke coldly into the tumor, saying, "Next, I just need to assimilate it. It'll take some time, but now you can't escape." With that, he stood and looked off into the distance. He was now considering what to do next. He didn't even consider going back to the Vivifiend Holy Land. Although the Holy Land might seem like a safe place, he knew that what he had done couldn't be kept a secret forever. It just didn't seem like a good idea to go there. Besides, hiding at home wasn't a long-term solution. The Patriarch is aware of my Dao. There's no need to explain things to him. He obviously approves. In that case, I suppose I should just go into hiding. On the one hand, I can assimilate this little brat, and at the same time, I can just wait for the Emptistar Holy Land to get here with that almighty individual. When Floating Fiend thought about the almighty individual from the Emptistar Holy Land, he shivered instinctively. On the day that venerable individual arrives, it marks the beginning of the glory days of the Holy Lands in revered ancient. Turning, he shot off along the seafloor and vanished in the distance. As he moved along, he kept exerting pressure on the tumor on his shoulder as he assimilated it. A tempest of fire raged across the forbidden sea as Flame Phoenix's wings flapped. Astonishing might weighed down, along with terrifying pressure. And it was all focused on the Vivifiend Holy Land. The sky was crimson. The forbidden sea seemed to be burning endlessly. Large numbers of non-humans on islands here and there looked up in the dome of heaven with wonder and astonishment. Beneath the surface of the sea, countless entities trembled. They were witnessing the rage of the South Phoenix. Things weren't limited to that, though. Erniu hadn't just sent a message to Second Elder Sister and Huang Yan. Because of the deep unease he felt, he had sent messages to lots of people. That included parties in Sealing County, the imperial capital of humankind, the Moonright region, and even to the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. The contents of the Jade Slip were the same as what he sent to Second Elder Sister, except there was one additional line. Something happened to Xu Qing. Those words spread through the east of revered ancient, creating a massive hurricane larger than anything kicked up by Flame Phoenix. 1. This passage is a complicated mix of all 10 of the heavenly stems with all of the 8 trigrams, plus a few other characters thrown in. Maybe the author had some reason for putting them together the way he did, or maybe he just put them together in a way that sounds cool to him in Chinese. I honestly do know, as there is never any explanation or depiction of what it all means. My translation choice involved taking the original Oracle Bones script meaning of the heavenly stems and combining them with the translated meaning of the 8 trigrams according to Richard Wilhelm, and then also translating the non-stem non-trigram words according to their most basic meaning. If I were you, I wouldn't try to decipher the meaning based on the English. All of the stems and all of the trigrams have multiple meanings depending on how you interpret them. I think it's just supposed to sound like a cool divination search spell. It doesn't rhyme, incidentally. Probably most notable are that the characters for search and look for are in there, making it clear that the intention of the passage is something relating to searching for Xu Qing. Chapter 985, Dramatic Events in the Forbidden Sea. The phoenix flying over the Forbidden Sea shook all living beings. On this day, countless species on islands everywhere looked up to see heaven completely obscured. A crimson glow replaced the normal color of the sky. The surging tempest overhead replaced the air. Burning fire took over the power of the waves, and everything was focused in one direction, bursting with killing intent and rage. The South Phoenix took to the sea. That's Flame Phoenix. What happened to make Flame Phoenix so angry? Voices full of both astonishment and reverence rose up in islands everywhere. Countless gazes focused on the dome of heaven and the terrifying figure in the tempest there. Speculations ran wild. But regardless, as of this moment, every species in the Forbidden Sea who saw what was happening were stricken with monumental levels of astonishment. And without even thinking about it, all of them started looking in the direction that the tempest was heading in. Above what had once been the Forbidden Sea was the mountain-like vivified Holy Land. The mountain was so majestic that it was hard to see the top of it, and the base covered a massive area. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the mysterious magical symbols flowing just under the surface of the mountain. Occasionally, they would collide with each other, causing loud rumbling sounds to echo out. Some were faint, some were like chants, some were violent, some were thunderous. The sounds came from the vivified Holy Land's grand protective spell formation, which had been put in place years ago by their peak Grand Emperor. Holy Lands were called Holy Lands because they had Grand Emperors. Back when ancient Emperor Dark Serenity departed revered ancient, the species that qualified to leave with him were naturally those who had Grand Emperors. Unfortunately, as time went by, for a variety of unknown reasons, the Grand Emperors perished. That was why the terrestrial-level Holy Lands came to be. When a Grand Emperor carved out a Holy Land, then perished, and no new Grand Emperor succeeded, then that Holy Land was referred to as terrestrial level. That was exactly what happened with the vivified Holy Land. That said, though the Grand Emperor had perished long ago, the grand protective spell formation he put in place had remained there for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, the fact that no Grand Emperor had come along to maintain and repair the formation meant it had gradually weakened over the years that passed. Right now, it was far from what it had been at the peak of its mightiness. That didn't mean it was weak, though. The spell formation glittered brightly, and the thousands of kilometers of ice sludge on the surface of the Forbidden Sea trembled in response. Boats couldn't enter that area, and sea beasts didn't dare to go there. As a result, the entire location was like a mountainous island in the middle of the Forbidden Sea. Couple that with the starry sky aura coming off the mountain, and the incredibly ancient air, and it lent an indescribable grandeur to the place. What was more, its interaction with the environment of revered ancient caused swirling mist to billow out from it. As that white mist spread out from the mountain in all directions, it created a strong contrast with the black color of the forbidden sea. The end result was that, in the hearts of the many non-humans on nearby islands, the place was like an immortal paradise. But today, a devilish wind had picked up outside of that immortal realm, and it echoed with a devilish sound. That wind was made of fire, and it came from the south. When it appeared, the canopy of heaven turned as crimson as fresh blood. It was as if the end of days had come. Burning black mist on the forbidden sea surged, as if innumerable demonic monsters were on the prowl, howling in gruish voices. That was only part of the devilish sound. The other part was the screaming of the wind. On this day, heaven howled, earth roared, and all living beings wept mournfully. The sound combined into a deafening, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cry. The vivified holy land bore the brunt of the sound. The thousands of kilometers of icy sludge melted instantly. The white mist surrounding it ignited, becoming a part of the fire, and the raging wind quickly made the huge mountain clearly visible. The color red filled the canopy of heaven. Blazing flames covered the forbidden sea. The wind howled. And then all of that coalesced into the image of a majestic figure that looked like both a phoenix and an eagle, charging toward the vivified holy land. The moment he appeared, the figure reached an enormous claw out of the black clouds. Surrounded by lightning, the claw viciously flew toward the mountain. It seemed that the claw was going to rip that mountain off the surface of the sea. Flame Phoenix's claw was like the hand of a god. Where it went, the air shattered, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the forbidden sea sank down. Terrifying might was joined by maddened rage to spread out in all directions. The fiery flames spread out to cover the sea water and fill the sky. And of course, they enveloped the entire mountain. Intense rumbling sounds split the sky and shook the sea. The Vivifiend's mountain started trembling violently. However, that was when a cold snort coldly echoed out from within the mountain. At the same time, all of the mountain's magical symbols rose up into the air to create a shimmering shield of light. It was the grand protective spell formation. Light swirled dazzlingly in all directions. Within it were countless symbols, all of them radiating majestic power. In an instant, the defensive barrier formed by the shield of light was at maximum power, and it was fighting back against Flame Phoenix's claw. Rumbling sounds echoed out everywhere. Ripples erupted into a large portion of the forbidden sea. Enormous waves surged out everywhere. Flame Phoenix's claw couldn't reach the mountain, and instead slammed into the spell formation shield. Within the formation, the Vivifiends were stunned, and looked out in astonishment at Flame Phoenix, who obscured heaven on the other side of the formation. As they reeled, an old man appeared at the top of the mountain. He was the peak imperial sovereign patriarch of the Vivifiend species. He looked through the shield at the outside world. He knew who Flame Phoenix was, and was aware of his status in the continent of South Phoenix, and he was able to instantly assess his strength and current state. It fell in line with his previous judgment regarding the strength of the Phoenix. However, when it came to his current state, he wasn't sure what to make of it. He could be considered an extremely rare mutant entity in revered ancient, and even the starry sky in general. He has terrifying god source, and yet does not have any of eminent desolation's karma. He is walking the path of gods, and yet hasn't ignited any godfire. He's contending with our grand protective spell formation with no godfire, only his own god source. The level of might on display isn't quite at the level of an altar god, nor a grand emperor, but I'm afraid he's roughly on par with me. How did he do this? To get to a level like this with god source reserves alone and no godfare, I've never even heard of anything like that, and if he did ignite his godfare. Patriarch Vivifiend looked incomparably serious. Reserve powers as profound as that could be considered exceptional. This mutant entity has some extremely high ambitions. Does he want to build up enough reserves to unleash them all at one time, ignite godfear, and become a first-level true god? Except I can sense flaws. He's stuck. Some unknown entity trapped him in the continent of South Phoenix in this sea, making it impossible for him to go too far away from it. In order to become a first-level true god, he has to break out of that trap. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Patriarch Vivifiend spoke in a solemn voice that echoed like thunder. Fellow Taoist Flame Phoenix, you're clearly angry, but you still need to explain yourself. Hand over Xu Qing. Flame Phoenix responded in a similarly thunderous voice as his claw pressed down onto the spell formation shield. Xu Qing, Patriarch Vivifiend replied. He had already come up with some speculations as to why Floating Fiend had come out of seclusion. However, Floating Fiend represented the future of the Vivifiend Holy Land. He was the individual the Patriarch had selected to keep the species safe going into the future, and was in fact the only person who could do it. That made him more important than any other individual in their species. That was especially true considering that the Patriarch had a lingering wound, which would never heal. In fact, it was accurate to say that even if all the other Vivifiends died, as long as Floating Fiend survived, the species could continue. Otherwise, if the Patriarch lived out his days and Floating Fiend perished, then the Vivifiend Holy Land wouldn't continue on for much longer afterward. There were quite a few other Holy Lands which had long been eyeing the Vivifiends. According to the Holy Lands records, over the tens of thousands of years that had passed, all of the other Holy Lands that lost their imperial sovereigns ended up being split up and divided amongst the others. Isn't that what happened to the Fardark Holy Land? 1. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at what was obviously a very thorny problem. In fact, it was downright deadly. But he also knew that Floating Fiend wasn't an idiot, so whatever he had done, he had likely weighed the potential benefits and consequences. There must be something about Xu Qing that Floating Fiend felt was such a potential asset to our species that he was willing to risk his life over it. Patriarch Vivifiend frowned and put a surprised look onto his face. This Xu Qing you're talking about, is he the region lord of the Holotide and Night Spirit regions? As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and pressed down on it gently, causing a host of images to appear above it. They were individuals the Vivifiends had gathered information about recently. One of them was none other than Xu Qing. Fellow Taoist Flame Phoenix, is this the human you're talking about? I've never met him before. He turned to look at his holy land. Have any of you met him before? All of the Vivifiends shook their heads. You see, fellow Taoist Flame Phoenix, the Patriarch said calmly, you're actually being a bit of a bully here. Did you ever consider that you might have gone looking in the wrong direction? However, the moment the words left his mouth, killing intent flared in Flame Phoenix's eyes. Flapping his wings, he flew high up into the dome of heaven. After reaching a certain height, he wheeled around and dove down trailing fire like a meteor. The entire process went very smoothly, and he didn't lose an ounce of momentum. The air shattered, heaven shook and earth trembled, the sea water boiled, and a terrifying aura built up. The surrounding flames went completely wild. When Patriarch Vivifiend saw that, his heart sank, but his eyes glittered. His immediate plan was to bolster the power of the spell formation and absorb Flame Phoenix's attack. Except that was when intense rumbling sounds could be heard, as a massive teleportation portal opened up in the middle of the air. The aura of the Moonlight region erupted out with wild and violent force. Along with it came a cold voice, like a stream of sword energy that could slice through heaven and earth. So what if it's bullying? We'll find out if this is the right person or not after we step through. Out stepped Ninth Sib from the Moonlight region, who was also known as Grandpa Ninth. He clearly had a smoldering god cultivation base, but at the moment, he was poolsing with a ferocity that could threaten imperial sovereigns. Behind him came the heir apparent, Princess Brightblossom, Princess Fifth, and Eighth Sib. All of them pulsed with immense energy and raging authority that was vastly beyond what they had been like years ago. Lizahua's children had smoldering god authority that earned them the praise of dark serenity back in the day, which was why they had each been considered a chosen. In the past, They had been tormented by Crimson Mother, but after being freed, how could they possibly be considered ordinary? Here they were. After getting Erniu's message and learning that something happened to Xu Qing, they had come as quickly as possible. They had also brought the Moon Rebel congregation's precious treasure with them. What was even more astonishing was something that Xu Qing or Erniu would have noticed immediately if they were present. They all pulsed with the aura of Li Zihua. Linger hurried after them anxiously, a furious glare on her face as she looked at the Holy Land. Seeing that, Flame Phoenix stopped in place. And that was because the moment the Moonlight contingent appeared, more majestic teleportation portals opened up. Countless cultivators poured out, all of them bursting with killing intent. It was a huge army from the Holotide region. They were here to rescue their region lord. Among them were countless Nightshade high priests clad in violet robes, with violet moon totems on their foreheads. They were from the Violet Moon Temple, there to fight for the Violet Lord. What happened next caused the Vivifiend cultivators to reel, and sent Patriarch Vivifiend's heart racing. An even more majestic teleportation portal glittered into being above the Holy Land. A terrifying destiny aura power emerged from the portal, spreading through the area as a massive army of cultivators stormed out, virtually exploding with killing intent. Leading them was King Firecrusher. And things weren't even over yet. That was because the aura of a god began to emerge from time itself. Dramatic events were unfolding on the Forbidden Sea. 1. The story of the Fardark Holy Land was told in Chapter 919, Chapter 986, Godly Edict in the East. The sky rumbled, flowing like rippling fish scales, an effect that spread as far as the eye could see. It was as if some immense being were crushing the clouds and causing them to fall like flower petals down to the earth below. The dew in the clouds became like a timescape river, sweeping up the waves of time and then causing them to pause right over the Vivifiend Holy Land. Pressure weighed down on the mountain, the cultivators inside the mountain, and on the sea in all directions. The Vivifiend Holy Land trembled, and ripples flowed out across the surface of their spell formation shield. The cultivators there were shaken and trembling down to their souls. The water in the area sank down, forming a massive whirlpool that reached all the way down to the broken ruins of Forbidden by the zombie. It was profoundly eye-catching, but what was even more eye-catching were the waves in the dome of heaven and the god that was emerging. This god had a godly aura that created an imperial robe. Destiny aura made an imperial crown above an expressionless face. Godfear roiled left and right, filled with a powerful air of death. The god had 2 eyes that were as calm as dead water. That water was dead, but there was something terrifying beneath the surface that, if it were to erupt, would send out heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing force. This was the godly authority of battle. The god that had emerged was one of the 5 zombie gods of humankind. This was Emperor Eastglory. When he stepped out, Hai's eyes were closed, but when Thay opened, they were pitch black. At the same time, a sensation of destruction and power erupted within him. He was looking right at the Vivifiend Holy Land. The Holy Land trembled as Eastglory's voice echoed out. These are the words of Empress Summer Departure, who wishes to ask the Vivifiend Holy Land. Considering your species has polluted the karma of Imperial Tutor Xu Qing, does this mean you wish for your entire species to die? Eastglory's voice rang out like heavenly thunder. Summer Departure was the Empress' new imperial name. All of the Vivifiends in the Holy Land were terrified. Only Patriarch Vivifiend reacted with a mere frown. He opened his mouth to speak. But then, in the river of time in the Dome of Heaven, waves rolled out and the river water turned black as a sinister sensation erupted from within. Astonishingly, a host of corpses appeared within the river, howling in anguish. Similarly, a never-ending host of corpses appeared within the Forbidden Sea. Forbidden by the zombie seemed to be shaking with exceptional intensity. It was almost as if it were on the verge of awakening. And that was because the incoming darkness was a godly authority from the netherworld. The aura of death spread, and from within the black river water overhead, a god emerged. This god also had a godly aura as an imperial robe, with an imperial crown made of destiny aura. This was none other than Emperor Darkwar. Of the 5 zombie emperors of humankind, 2 were present. Countless Vivifiends were shaking uncontrollably within their holy land. Patriarch Vivifiend's heart had sunk even further, and inside, he was sighing continuously. His gaze was focused on what lay outside the spell formation. To the east was the seemingly endless army from Xianxia County, all waiting in combat readiness. Clearly, a single command would send them out to crush anything in their path. To the south was King Firecrusher, killing intent raging, an army of human soldiers behind him pulsing with baleful auras. To the north was the contingent from the Moonlight region, imposing, threatening, and deadly. To the west were 2 gods, with mightiness that shook heaven and rocked the sea. Up above was Flame Phoenix, who had ceased his dive, but whose outstretched wings would shock the highest heavens. Boundless killing intent from all directions was all weighing down on the Vivifiend holy land, and they had all come because of Xu Qing. Patriarch Vivifiend could only sigh as his fear intensified. Yet there were still more people on the way. The canopy of heaven was split open by a giant that was several tens of thousands of meters tall. It grinned viciously at the Vivifiend holy land as it held open the rift in heaven to reveal the world beyond. Astonishingly, what was visible on the other side of the rift was God Mountain, home to the 3 gods of the fire moons. Though separated by the rift, the godly aura from there was still terrifying. Then a cold voice drifted out from God Mountain, through the rift, and down to the forbidden sea. Whoever harms our grand dark heaven makes an enemy of the fire moon dark heavens. The words affected the forbidden sea itself, causing currents of water to slow, and the Vivifiend holy land's spell formation began to tremble. Patriarch Vivifiend had a very serious expression on his face. He knew exactly who the fire moon dark heavens were, and was aware that Sunfire, Moonfire, and Starfire were all terrifying flawless gods. The events that were playing out were now enabling him to personally understand the truth about this Xu Qing, whom he had only heard about from reports up to this point. In the east of revered ancient, Xu Qing was a very significant and important person. Floating Fiend had trifled with someone he shouldn't have trifled with. Patriarch Vivifiend understood that now. Except, if he admitted fault right now, then it wouldn't matter whether Xu Qing was currently alive or dead. Floating Fiend would perish. If Floating Fiend hadn't become an imperial sovereign already, then it would have been a simple matter. The Patriarch could just track him down and do what needed to be done to resolve the situation. After all, his death wouldn't have been significant compared to the survival of the species. But as soon as Floating Fiend became an imperial sovereign, he became vitally important to the species. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Patriarch Vivifiend sighed again. He knew that there was no way to determine the truth of the situation right now. But no matter which angle he analyzed the situation from, and no matter how much of a disadvantage he was in, he needed to protect Floating Fiend. It was the most sensible thing among all the insensible options. Floating Fiend, I sure hope you made the right decision. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the forces arrayed against him. I am the Patriarch of the Vivifiend Holy Land, and I hereby swear upon the Tao that I have never seen this Xu Qing that you seek. Xu Qing has nothing to do with me, and nothing to do with our holy lands. My species. Before he could finish speaking, his face fell and he backed up, his cultivation base powering up. He had taken Flame Phoenix seriously from the beginning. Moonlight couldn't be underestimated. Xianxia County and the human army caused his heart to sink. The arrival of the 2 gods from humankind made things very tricky, and the fire moons were terrifying. But as of this moment, he was truly flabbergasted. The moment he backed up, a woman's hand appeared outside the Holy Land's spell formation. It pushed down gently on the shield. The moment that happened, the spell formation emitted rumbling sounds that quickly grew deafening, followed by loud cracking sounds. Cracks spread out from the palm, quickly sweeping over the shield to create what looked like a spider web. As the entire mountain swayed back and forth, immense amounts of spirit energy poured into it to make repairs. But the pressure from the hand stopped all of that. A domineering will crushed down with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. At its height, the spell formation that had protected the Vivifiend Holy Land for tens of thousands of years couldn't have been broken open by anyone other than a Grand Emperor. But it had become rundown over the years, losing much of its power. And since a second Grand Emperor had never appeared among the Vivifiends, it had never been repaired. As a result, the power of that hand was pushing it toward the brink of what it could sustain. The formation started cracking like a broken mirror. Intense, rumbling sounds exploded out. The formation shattered, and the shrapnel became a tempest that raged directly onto the Holy Land itself. Patriarch Vivifiend's expression flickered wildly as he threw his hands out and unleashed the power of his cultivation base in an attempt to block it. In the end, he managed to block a portion of the tempest, but about 30% of the shrapnel hit the Holy Land. The mountain quaked as crevices opened up all over it. The peak itself was wiped out. As for the Vivifiends, many of them didn't even have a chance to react before they were shredded into ashes. Only then did the owner of that hand slowly appear. In that instant of revelation, everyone, be they in the east, west, south, or north, regardless if they were from Sea-Sealing, Holotide, or Moonright, bowed their heads. That included Flame Phoenix. Greetings, Empress. This person was none other than Empress Summer Departure of humankind. It was not the Empress in the flesh, though, but rather a projection. Even still, the altar god might that weighed down was astonishing. She stood as straight and tall as a mountain, surrounded by swirling destiny aura and dazzling light. Looking down at the rubble of the spell formation, the devastated Holy Land, and the pale-faced Patriarch Vivifiend, she calmly said, "You're right, Xu Qing isn't here, and you don't have anything to do with him. But you have another Imperial Sovereign involved, plus a third person. Since you'd clearly rather die than cooperate, your Vivifiend Holy Land will hereby be sealed. And if Xu Qing is dead, then this place will be your tomb." With that, Altar God's sealing power descended onto the Vivifiend Holy Land as well as every member of the species. It became like chains. The Patriarch was no exception. After being wrapped up in the chains and feeling the immense pressure, all of the Vivifiends were compelled to drop to their knees. Some of them coughed up blood and seemed like they might explode. The Patriarch trembled and tried to resist the pressure. His head swam. Finally, he bowed his head. The Empress stood, looking into the depths of the Forbidden Sea, in the general direction of the continent of South Phoenix. A few breaths of time passed in which she seemed very thoughtful. Then she looked away and coolly said, "Send an imperial decree throughout the east of revered ancient. Seal all borders. No teleports will be permitted. No traveling. No crossing between regions. Whoever finds Imperial Tutor Xu Qing will be awarded with a destined opportunity leading to Godfire. All shall heed this order, including heaven, earth, rivers, lakes, plants, vegetation, living beings, heavenly dows, and gods." The Empress' words were heard throughout the east of revered ancient, as well as the Forbidden Sea. Countless living beings trembled in response. Godly entities stirred excitedly, and numerous non-humans suddenly started thinking about the potential benefit to be had. What happened next, though, shook everyone in the east of revered ancient even more deeply. Words echoed out from the direction of the Firemoons. Let the east of revered ancient heed the dharmic decree of the Firemoons. All living beings, including gods, will respect these words. Find our grand dark heaven Xu Qing. The reward is a destined opportunity leading to Godfire. Humankind issued a decree. The Firemoons issued a decree. The two decrees overlapped, becoming the most paramount level of will possible in the east of revered ancient. The echo of the words became like an asteroid slamming into the sea, sending out endless waves that became a tsunami and a hurricane at the same time. Every location in the east of revered ancient was abuzz. Even going back countless years to ancient times, nothing like this had ever happened in the east of revered ancient. People everywhere were going crazy for Godfire, and as a result, were searching for Xu Qing. That was especially true of the godly entities who were more active than ever before. Gods were no exceptions. This was a destined opportunity leading to Godfire, and not just leading to the chance to ignite it, but to the fire itself. Deep in the forbidden sea, floating fiend had erased all traces of himself, and had even disguised himself as a human as he made his way carefully along. He had also transformed the tumor on his shoulder so that it looked like a huge sword strapped to his back. Projecting his voice, he said, "That pagoda you're in might be mysterious, you little brat, but there are some things which are simply foreordained." 987. Floating Fiend's Pressure. Xu Qing has gone missing. The humans issued a dharmic decree, saying that whoever finds Xu Qing will have a destined opportunity leading to Godfire. The Firemoons issued a similar decree to all the gods in the east. The dharmic decrees issued by humankind and the Firemoon Darkheaven people, and especially the rewards offered, instantly sparked a huge commotion in revered Ancient. It was like a wind that started in the Forbidden Sea, blowing from South Phoenix into Emperor Receiving Prefecture. From there, it filled Sea Sealing County and then the Holotide region. Eventually, it became a hurricane that covered everything in the east. In the east of revered Ancient, all the regions, all the counties, all the prefectures, all the species, all the organizations, and all the sects, whether they were righteous or evil, were all hit by astronomically large waves of shock. Everyone issued orders to start looking for Xu Qing. Almost immediately, figures shot out from species and groups, scattering in all directions to start the search. Some experts with high cultivation bases used their respective organizations, prized treasures to expand the area they could search. Sects and species alike mobilized their members to join the ranks of the search. The east of revered Ancient was buzzing. At any given moment, countless cultivators were out looking for Xu Qing. Plants and vegetation, mountains and rivers, heaven and earth, countless godly entities, all were going mad. A destined opportunity leading to Godfire was inherently an astonishing level of good fortune. After all, the process of igniting Godfire was incredibly difficult, and the ceremony involved was very complex. There was a lot of uncertainty involved, plus it required extensive preparation and precious materials. In addition to all that, there were a host of variables. Whether it was Crimson Mother's godchild or the Grand Steward of the Firemoon Darkheaven people, both had failed despite all their best efforts. From that, it could be seen how difficult the process was. But as of now, the human empress had shifted from the path of cultivators to the path of gods. She was now a first-level altar god, whose words could surpass natural and magical laws. Her story had already spread through revered Ancient, so when she said she would give a destined opportunity that could lead to Godfire, then it meant the chances of success were incredibly high. Add in the Firemoon Dharmic decree, and it made that destined opportunity even more enticing, and led to a level of madness among countless entities. An altar god and 3 flawless gods were jointly offering a destined opportunity to reach Godfire. For all intents and purposes, that meant that the chances of success were as close to 100% as could be possible. Many godly entities couldn't hold back from roaring as they burst into motion to join the search. There were even gods in the Godfire level who felt similarly. Wherever their lairs were, they woke up and sent out their godly auras to scour the east of revered Ancient. To them, it wasn't a matter of malicious intentions or good ones. It wasn't a matter of being righteous or evil. All they cared about was attaining omniscience, and omniscience came from improving a god's personhood. Finding Xu Qing would just take such gods one step closer to omniscience. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to say that on this day, the east of revered Ancient exploded because of Xu Qing. No one didn't hear about what was happening. No one was unaware. The reserve powers being tapped into ensured that Xu Qing's name, though already in the forefront, now glittered even more brilliantly than before, like a star shining above revered Ancient. The majestic hurricane raging in the east was obviously noticed in other locations in revered Ancient, and that ensured that Xu Qing's name spread even farther. Organizations throughout the mainland could truly sense that the east was home to a peak level of power. And that power came from the humans and the Firemoons. To the Redland noble plexuses, the North Fate kings, and the Netherworld chasm corpses, this search for Xu Qing was symbolic of something else. What it truly signified was the first demonstration of the power and will of the alliance of humankind and fire moon dark heavens. Domineering might was being revealed in the east of revered ancient. That might was truly shaking things in all directions. The Redland noble plexuses and other top species could sense it very clearly. There were others who could sense it as well, and they were the other terrestrial-level holy lands similar to the Vivifiend Holy Land. They immediately ordered the members of their own species to return to their respective holy lands and keep a low profile. Now was not the time for any of them to cause trouble and incite disaster. This display of power by humankind and the fire moons resulted in a huge search for Xu Qing. It was a hurricane that just kept getting bigger and bigger until it surpassed the will of heaven, and in fact, everything else. Actually, the discussions among various organizations became part of the growing hurricane. For example, out on the Forbidden Sea in a spot somewhat close to Emperor Receiving Prefecture was an island occupied by the Seamoths. The chatter in their marketplaces was a microcosm of what was happening throughout the east of revered ancient. The Seamoths were generally humanoid in appearance, but didn't look like humans much at all. For one thing, their average height was about 3 meters. They were green from head to toe, were covered with dense scales, and had long trunks that hung down their chest, similar to those of elephants. Surrounding their trunks were masses of tentacles that made them look very gruish and ferocious. Despite their appearance, they were actually more kind and gentle than some of the violent species on the Forbidden Sea. That, coupled with the fact that their lands were close to Emperor Receiving Prefecture, ensured that their lands were a popular spot for commerce on the open sea. The marketplaces on their islands were usually filled with cultivators from a variety of species. At the moment, the marketplaces were bustling, with a cacophony of voices filling the air. While many people were doing business, there were also a lot of people discussing the news about Xu Qing. This fellow Xu Qing was actually famous in the Forbidden Sea years ago. He comes from the continent of South Phoenix and was a disciple of South Phoenix. Over the decades, he's slowly become a legend. It really defies imagination that someone like him would go missing and cause such a commotion. This situation is totally crazy. This one person has thrown the east of revered ancient into complete chaos. As the discussions raged, there was one particular middle-aged human cultivator who was making his way through one of the markets. He who wore tight clothing, had a big sword strapped to his back, and he pulsed with the fluctuations of the great circle of Foundation establishment. As he heard the talk around him, his expression remained neutral. He just listened and walked. He was none other than Floating Fiend. Although he had concealed all traces of himself, including his karma, he still needed to go out and get information about what was going on in the world, including matters related to himself. Though Flame Phoenix's search had ultimately failed, Floating Fiend could sense that he was in great danger. That was why he had come to this place. In the course of his eavesdropping, he eventually heard people in the marketplace talking about what happened at the Vivifiend Holy Land. Holy Land sh Moly Land. That Vivifiend Holy Land was acting all kind and virtuous before, but they were obviously harboring evil intentions. How bold and reckless of them to be involved in Xu Qing's disappearance. They're complete idiots. Didn't they even take a minute to consider who Xu Qing is? Flame Phoenix himself stepped in to help Xu Qing. A huge army from Sea Sealing County came to take the lead, and top experts from the Moonlight region came as well. The army from the Imperial capital showed up, along with the 3 gods from the Fire Moons and 2 human gods. Even the human Empress stepped in, crushing the defenses of that holy land with one blow and crushing their patriarch. Ultimately, the entire Holy Land was sealed. Did you hear what the Empress said in the end? If Xu Qing perishes, the Holy Land will become a tomb. The Empress, words were about as domineering as you can get. I know which words you're talking about. In the east of revered ancient, all shall heed this order, including heaven, earth, rivers, lakes, plants, vegetation, living beings, heavenly dows, and gods. Enthusiastic conversations were going on everywhere. Nobody seemed to notice that one particular middle-aged human cultivator who looked visibly shocked. So, it seems your name is Xu Qing. he projected into the sword with divine will. Inside the dilapidated pagoda, Xu Qing calmly opened his eyes. Although he couldn't sense what was happening outside, he was able to make an educated guess based on what Floating Fiend had just said. "Voice cool," he responded. "The fact you know my name seems to indicate news has spread about me going missing. In that case, it makes you wonder how your Vivifiend Holy Land is doing right now." Floating Fiend said nothing in return. The news he had heard about his home caused killing intent to swirl within him, but at the same time, he felt immeasurable pressure weighing down on him. Back when he started chasing Xu Qing, he'd known that he was pursuing someone important. That was obvious given the terrifying karma threads. As a result, he had prepared himself mentally before coming out. However, the fact that this incident had resulted in such a dramatic situation in the east of revered ancient was a bit too much for him. For that empress to be able to destroy a holy land's grand spell formation with a single blow would require a cultivation base of Grand Emperor at the very minimum. And they're also talking about the 3 gods of the fire moons. I'm not sure what level those gods are. In any case, the fact they issued decrees that stirred up the entire eastern portion of revered ancient means that this situation has become very tricky indeed. Floating Fiend's heart just kept sinking as he stood there on the island. Feeling very uneasy, he turned to leave. But then, a frown appeared on his face as he looked off into the distance. All of a sudden, the island trembled. The shaking filled the island, causing even the mountains to sway back and forth. Countless cultivators looked around in pure astonishment as the rumbling sounds turned deafening. Then, a huge head rose up from the water just outside of the island. The head resembled that of a crocodile and was about as big as half of the entire island. It had black scales and emanated a terrifying godliness that turned into a massive pressure over the island. Huge waves surged out in all directions. The Seamoths looked over in abject terror. But after only a moment, they seemed to realize what was going on, and they quickly dropped to their knees and bowed, crying out to their god. At the same time, their high priest flew out excitedly to offer pious obeisance. This godly entity was the god that they had worshipped for years on end. However, for many years, this godly being had been little more than a legend, and no matter what calls they issued, never appeared in person. There were even times when their species had been forced to relocate to different islands due to the threat of extinction, and yet the god never showed up. Even the high priest had started to believe that the godly entity they worshipped was nothing more than a legend invented by their earliest ancestors. But now the god had actually appeared. The moment the god was visible, a boundless divine will spread out, almost like a terrifying roar. "Ye shalt find Xu Qing for me." As soon as the divine will spread out, every member of the Seamoth people prostrated, their minds spinning. At the same time, they instinctively acknowledged the orders. The godly entity's divine will swept back and forth on the island for a moment. Then the god sank back down into the sea to continue its own search. Floating Fiend disappeared the moment the godly entity showed up. After vanishing, he reappeared deep on the seafloor, his expression dour. The news had been bad enough. But then he saw an actual godly entity on the prowl, and he knew full well it wasn't an isolated incident. The words he had heard spoken on the Seamoth Island kept reverberating in his mind. "In the east of revered ancient, all shall heed this order, including heaven, earth, rivers, lakes, plants, vegetation, living beings, heavenly dows, and gods." However, a moment later, Floating Fiend's eyes shone with cold determination. "All right, let's see how wide your search for Xu Qing will really spread. Can you really issue orders that all living beings will follow?" Chapter 988, Floating Fiend Breaks Down. Similar to the Holotide region, the South Hill region bordered the sea. In the wilderness there, Floating Fiend raced along, this time disguised as a non-human. He had been traveling in disguise for 2 days. At first, he had intended to go along the seafloor until he reached the outer sea. It seemed to him that if the search for Xu Qing was going on in the east of revered ancient, then the outer sea would be a safe place to hide out. The outer sea was a dangerous place. It wasn't somewhere to enter blithely, but it seemed like the perfect place to stay out of sight. Unfortunately, when he realized that there was some sort of invisible sealing magic separating the inner and outer seas, he eventually had to give up on that plan. That sealing magic came from the orders issued by humankind and the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. By using godly might to manipulate natural laws, they sealed all exit routes. Getting too close to that magic would make it difficult to keep his disguise up. After studying it very closely, his heart sank. Ultimately, he turned and went in the opposite direction. His next plan had been to just hide out on the seafloor, but during the 2 days that had passed, he sensed the streams of divine will scouring the seafloor increasing constantly. There were more of them, and they were more densely packed as time went on. It was as if all the godly entities in the sea were joining the search. Even the water itself gave Floating Fiend a very strange feeling, as if the currents around him were somehow growing in number. And then there's that flame phoenix, who seems to be scanning the sea constantly. If things keep going on like this, the Grand Emperor's treasure won't last much longer. I need to get out of this area. The sense of pressure and danger eventually forced Floating Fiend to give up on his idea of going to the outer sea, and also his plan to stay hidden on the seafloor. That was what led him, not to Sea Sealing County, but to the South Hill region. There weren't many human forces in the South Hill region. Instead, the place was controlled by 7 mid-sized non-human species. Normally speaking, they didn't have much contact with outsiders, and thus, the area had a reputation for being isolationist. The terrain in the region was primarily mountainous, although there was a huge desert on the border. The region seemed like the perfect place to hide out, except, for that very reason, it was the subject of a lot of attention in the search for Xu Qing. Sadly, Floating Fiend had no other good options. The upside is that, even though this place is in the east, it isn't controlled by humans. Keeping such thoughts in mind, Floating Fiend entered the region. As he traveled, he continued to change his appearance every so often and made sure to sever all traces of his passage, as well as any karma. And thus, he proceeded carefully through the mountainous wilderness. All the while, he continued assimilating the dilapidated pagoda in the hopes of getting to Xu Qing, who was inside. Sadly for him, the pagoda was mysteriously powerful, and the bubble's force of rejection kept resisting him. The assimilation process was going very slowly. That just increased Floating Fiend's anxiety. He was particularly frustrated by Xu Qing. He had only said one thing to Xu Qing earlier, only for Xu Qing to use that to deduce some important information. Over the following days, Xu Qing had resisted him with greater intensity and had occasionally attempted to send out messages via divine will. Though he managed to sever all such streams of divine will, preventing them from going out, they still left him feeling increasingly glum. Xu Qing, still seated in a cross-legged position, was now about half recovered from his injuries. At a certain point, he sent out a message via divine will. "You didn't answer my last question. I guess that just proves that your Vivifiend Holy Land is in a bad situation." He got no answer. "I suppose another possibility is that it doesn't exist anymore." Xu Qing's expression was placid. With godliness dominant within him, he was incomparably rational. Thus, despite the fact that he wasn't a person who liked to talk much, he knew that his only way of getting information about the outside world was to interact with this imperial sovereign. "That means that you must be on the run right now, being chased by humans. You're probably looking for a good hiding place." Floating Fiend was no fool, and therefore, no matter what Xu Qing said to him, he didn't provide any response or feedback. And yet, his heart only continued to sink and sink. Thankfully, his impression of the South Hill region turned out to be mostly correct. Even after traveling through it for a few days, he didn't encounter any streams of divine while searching the place. After weighing all the options, he finally picked a cave in which he sat down cross-legged to hide and focus on assimilating the dilapidated pagoda. However, his moment of peace and quiet only lasted for a few hours. As night approached, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth outside of Floating Fiend's cave as several streams of divine will swept through the area. All of them came from powerful experts. Floating Fiend's eyes opened, and they shone with the utmost vigilance. About 6 hours later, the divine will moved on. However, before Floating Fiend could breathe a sigh of relief, an even more terrifying will arrived, accompanied by a godly might that could crush anything in its path. It filled the area, causing the sky to shake, the land to quake, and mountains to sway back and forth. It was from a god. Floating Fiend's expression flickered as he took out his shears. The authority of erasure spread out, adding to the concealment effect he had around him. Outside of his cave, a great wind blew. Within that wind was a very gruish voice. Xu Qing, Xu Qing, Xu Qing. It was hoarse and seemed to conform to an indescribable rhythm. This was clearly a god who was issuing a cry bolstered by godly authority. Outside, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the sword on Floating Fiend's back vibrated, and within the dilapidated pagoda, Xu Qing's eyes opened. At that moment, Floating Fiend quickly made a decision. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out some of his precious Dao blood onto the shears. The shears vibrated and the rust spots on them expanded. But the shears did manage to erase all traces leading to him. Eventually, the voice faded away. Floating Fiend's face looked incredibly pale. As of now, he didn't dare to stick around. After confirming that the god was gone, he raced off. This time, he didn't put the shears away, but instead used the authority of erasure constantly as he fled. In that manner, 2 more days passed. He passed through countless mountain ranges, shifting directions constantly, until he eventually reached a desert. The entire time, he was jumpy with fear. He ran into the will of gods a few times, and without his grand emperor shears, he would definitely have been discovered. Sadly, the constant use of the shears was wearing them down significantly. And because he was consistently forced to use his precious Dao blood, his cultivation base, which had just experienced a breakthrough, was destabilizing. Unfortunately, he had no other options. The pressure he felt kept growing more intense until he found himself in the desert. There, he transformed into a host of sand grains that started moving with the wind. On the first day, everything proceeded normally. On the second day, Floating Fiend in sand form suddenly lurched to a stop as he caught wind of a strange singing off in the distance. In 10 miles of sand I looked for you. For 100 miles of swamp I examined each clue. Through 1,000-mile tomb you fled and flew. 10,000 miles of bamboo passed through my view. Floating Fiend, oh Floating Fiend, where could you be? Perhaps I'll just wait for you to come to me. The song was gruish and sinister, and when it sank into Floating Fiend's heart, he felt waves of terror assailing him. And that was because the song mentioned his name. As the song echoed through the desert, the sand vibrated and floated up into the air, turning into numerous little hands that almost resembled swaying stalks of grass. Astonishingly, the song emanated from those pieces of sand. As it drifted back and forth, it caused a terrifying sensation to build within the visibly astonished Floating Fiend. It gradually turned into an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Breathing heavily, he unhesitatingly detonated half of the sand that made up his form, which turned into droplets of Dao blood that splattered onto the shears. A loud cracking sound rang out as he severed all karma and all traces of himself. He even severed the time belonging to the shears, as well as its own essence. To Floating Fiend's senses, everything around him turned blurry. When it became clear again, he was away from the desert, having used the essence of the shears to teleport to safety. He was now in an unfamiliar, swampy region. The moment he appeared, he couldn't stop from coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. Before the blood could even land on the ground, he reached out, took the blood and erased it out of existence. He couldn't leave any traces of himself. The terror in his eyes was clearly visible. What level of god was that? That god very nearly had me within its omniscience. Breathing unsteadily, Floating Fiend hurried along. Things were just getting more and more dangerous, and also increasingly gruish. Though he had an imperial sovereign cultivation base, he felt like he was walking the line between life and death. Before he could get his bearings, his heart lurched all of a sudden. And it was because the water in this unknown swamp was stirring. The mud was trembling and the plants around him were swaying. Even the bugs seemed to be on the move. It was as if everything around him had a will of its own. There wasn't much of that will, and it seemed to be pure instinct. But that instinct was searching for him and for Xu Qing. The sense of danger within Floating Fiend exploded to new heights. There wasn't time to do much thinking. He unleashed more of the essence of the shears, and an instant later, he disappeared without a trace. After a number of teleportations through different areas, the shears were getting rustier, and Floating Fiend was feeling increasingly exhausted. That was when he found himself in front of a bare mountain that looked like a tomb. That was when the lingering fear within him disappeared. However, his heart was now like dirt that had been baked by the sun until it cracked. Xu Qing then sent out another message with divine will. "You're running out of time." "Shut up," snapped Floating Fiend, which was the first time he had responded after all of the various dangers he had been through. Only 2 words were spoken, but they were enough to cause Xu Qing's eyes to glitter brightly. He had his answer. "It seems time really is running out for you." Looking very grim, Floating Fiend cut off the divine will from Xu Qing. The killing will in his heart bubbled. "Let's see which happens first, me assimilating Xu Qing, or you people finding me." With that said, he turned to leave the mountain, except that was when boundless and never-ending clouds surged on the horizon. They were like the sea rushing in his direction. Within those clouds, it was just barely possible to see a gigantic baby crawling along rapidly. Heavenly might came with it, almost accompanying it, as the baby wailed and cried out for daddy. It seemed furious. The sound caused natural law to tremble and magical law to prostrate. Floating Fiend's eyes went wide. "Heavenly Tao," he blurted in shock. The shears appeared overhead, and again he unleashed their power. A loud cracking sound rang out as more cracks covered the shears. They now looked to be in horrific shape. However, Floating Fiend did manage to vanish. When he reappeared, he was completely and utterly lost. All he could do was pick a direction based on instinct and intuition. As he fled, he heard the crying baby several times, as well as numerous instances of the aura of gods and spirits. Each time, he used the shears, no matter how much it pained him to do so. Over and over again, he spat out Tao blood. After fleeing for 8 days straight, he was feeling completely exhausted. However, he'd found a location where there was no divine will, no cry of a baby, no chanting of a god. There was only a bamboo forest that went on for 10,000 miles. The bamboo was bright red. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves rippled like a crimson sea. The sound of the leaves rustling against each other seemed like wind blowing through a desert and causing the sand to scrape against itself. Along with that sound came something like a nursery rhyme that caused Floating Fiend to completely break down. "In 10 miles of sand I looked for you. For 100 miles of swamp I examined each clue. Through a 1,000-mile tomb you fled and flew. 10,000 miles of bamboo passed through my view. Floating Fiend, oh Floating Fiend, where could you be? Perhaps I'll just wait for you to come to me." That nursery rhyme slammed into his mind like heavenly lightning. At the same time, a god strolled through the sea of bamboo. The canopy of heaven turned red thanks to Hai's arrival. The earth became filled with crimson fog thanks to Hai's presence. Time became a river stained with scarlet thanks to Hai's approach. All of that red from heaven to earth to time converged to create a bright red robe. The newcomer was a handsome middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. Each strand of that hair was like flowing light, and he emanated a godly might that would cause suns and moons to lose their glory. This god's name was Xiaochun. Striding forward until he was right in front of the trembling Floating Fiend, he laughed softly. "Floating Fiend, oh Floating Fiend, where could you be? Perhaps I'll just wait for you to come to me." Floating Fiend's mind was spinning, and he had completely lost any power to fight back. He couldn't even think properly. The nursery rhyme echoed in his mind, reminding him of everywhere he had been as he fled. Out in the boundless void, there was a host of clay figures bearing a shrine as they marched through time. They were headed in the direction of the same bamboo sea where Xiaochun stood. Ernyu was among the clay figures. waving his god vine and casting his senses about. A languid voice drifted out of the shrine. "It's no use, Nier. Stop tormenting that little vine. I know where Xu Qing is." Chapter 989, A Storytelling God. A cool breeze picked up outside of the 10,000-mile bamboo forest. The red bamboo stalks swayed back and forth, creating a faint rustling sound. It was not like the sounds of nature. It surpassed that. Floating Fiend's mind and heart were in turmoil as he felt himself becoming a part of that sound that surpassed anything from nature. It affected his entire body until he was trembling everywhere, and his thoughts seemed to be fading into nothing. However, that fading of thought wasn't happening very quickly, and thus he had time to recall what had just played out. The 10 miles of sand represented the desert he had been to. The 100 miles of swamp was obviously the unknown swamp he had fled through. The 1,000-mile tomb was definitely the bare mountain, while the 10,000 miles of bamboo was the forest in front of his very eyes. The nursery rhyme had correctly described the exact route he took. It was almost as if everything from the moment he entered the desert had been fabricated by means of the nursery rhyme. It was a Gruish type of godly authority, and its name was storytelling. By the time Floating Fiend's thoughts led him to the point of being aware of this godly authority, he was defeated. His mind became blank. His gaze became vacant, and he entered an ethereal daze as he stared at the 10,000-mile forest and the god standing in front of him. To him, the figure in front of him was immeasurably large and could control everything. It had omniscience regarding everything. He had become a character in a story, a fabrication. He couldn't think because, of course, the thoughts of a character in a story are controlled by the person creating the story. He couldn't move, as the actions of a character in a story are determined by the person telling the story. He even lost the ability to feel fear or confusion. To a certain extent, the person telling the story was actually very kind in that regard. The merciful Yu Liuchen lifted Hai's right hand and made a cupping motion. A ripping sound could then be heard as the long sword on Floating Fiend's back was torn off his body. It flew up into the air. As chunks of disgusting flesh and bones tumbled off it, it revealed the very dim bubble and the pagoda within it. Smiling, Yu Liuchen projected a message into the pagoda. "Well, I say, there's a person in there." Inside the pagoda, Xu Qing quietly stood. Then he walked out of the pagoda, through the bubble, and into the presence of Yu Liuchen. "Greetings, Senior," he said, bowing his head. Although Xu Qing had considered that someone would come to his rescue, none of his various analyses had featured Yu Liuchen as the rescuer. It was true that Yu Liuchen had, to some extent, worked together with Grand Emperor Swordsage right before the latter perished. But from Xu Qing's perspective, Yu Liuchen had seemed Gruish and unpredictable, both in thought and action. In an instant, he could change from being happy to furious, or from being malicious to benevolent. It made it almost impossible to get a read on him. "Hold on, aren't you Swordsage's successor?" Yu Liuchen asked with an enigmatic smile. Xu Qing cleared his thoughts, clasped hands, and bowed very respectfully. "Your grace in rescuing me will be forever engraved in my memory, Senior." Yu Liuchen chuckled. He waved Hai's right hand, and a host of bamboo stalks flew over and created a table in front of him, atop which rested 5 cups of tea. There was also a furnace off to the side, the flames of which heated a worn teapot. It took only a moment for the water in the teapot to boil. Then, 5 streams of water flowed out of it, which entered the 5 teacups. A fragrant aroma began to fill the area. Having accomplished that, Yu Liuchen sat down cross-legged, picked up one of the cups of tea, and took a drink. "You say you'll engrave it in your memory. Are you referring to the current version of you, in which godly nature is dominant? Or are you talking about the version controlled by human nature, the version in which things are easily forgotten?" Xu Qing thought for a moment. Then he took a blank bamboo slip out of his bag of holding, upon which he carved 6 words. "Huge favor owed to Yu Liuchen." He put the bamboo slip back into his bag of holding and looked at Yu Liuchen. "I'll use that to remember." Yu Liuchen's eyebrows shot up in amusement. He looked a bit more closely at Xu Qing. "Interesting. Well, sit down and have some tea. Xu Qing didn't hesitate. He sat down, picked up a cup of tea, and took a drink. After the scalding tea passed down his throat, it seemed to explode. Heat spread through his entire body, slamming into his mind and stirring up all of his memories going back to his youth. Those memories were like images floating up in his mind. He saw Peerless City. He saw the bitterness he experienced as a child. He saw the first time he killed someone and how withdrawn he had become afterward. He saw the death of Grandmaster Bai. He saw the camaraderie he had experienced in Seven Blood Eyes. He saw his conflicted reaction to facing Zai Qing. He saw Palace Lord Kong and Grand Emperor Swordsage. He saw Plumdark Linger and his eldest brother. And yet, all of those experiences, all of those images, somehow seemed unfamiliar, as if they were from someone else's life. The joys and sorrows, the vicissitudes of life, didn't seem capable of affecting his heart. But then, because of the heat of the tea, the memory images became more colorful and vibrant. The happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy became more obvious. Ultimately, they became so prominent they were like peals of heavenly thunder, cracking endlessly. Rumble. Xu Qing shook from head to toe with joy. Rumble. His mind spun as he felt fear, then anger, then confusion, and then sadness. All of the various emotions and longings of human nature came out in force. To him, the world was different compared to before. It was more colorful. Panting for breath, Xu Qing looked up. His expression was no longer calm like it had been before. All of the human nature that he had struggled to keep suppressed before was now bubbling. It was once again forming an equilibrium with the godliness he had intentionally released. What was more, uncontrollable killing intent toward Floating Fiend appeared in his heart. Xu Qing immediately turned to look at the disoriented Floating Fiend, his eyes burning with the desire to kill. But only an instant later, he took a deep breath and looked back at Yu Liachen. Standing, he clasped hands and again bowed deeply at the waist. Many thanks, Senior. Yu Liachen took a drink of tea. There's no need to thank me. I came here mostly to satisfy my curiosity. Xu Qing hesitated as he tried to wrap his mind around what exactly Yu Liachen had been curious about. Looking closely at Xu Qing, Yu Liachen said, I'm curious about a person with a body made of eminent desolation's flesh. Before you, nothing like that ever happened, so I came. To be honest, if I hadn't come, someone else would have rescued you. And soon at that. That's why you really don't need to thank me. I don't want any big karmic connection to develop between us. Xu Qing looked down thoughtfully at the bamboo table. Yu Liachen had drunk tea from one cup, while Xu Qing had drunk from another. But there were 3 other cups. But I do have to say, this whole thing is very, very amusing. Smiling, Yu Liachen waved his hand at the befuddled Floating Fiend. Floating Fiend shivered as he regained both his senses and his ability to move. His pupils constricted as confusion and terror returned to them. Then Yu Liachen began speaking in a very casual and relaxed manner. Floating Fiend has some very nice shears. However, they can't fool my eyes, let alone the eyes of that empress you humans have. Besides, from beginning to end, your master never said a single word. Of course, you have no way of knowing that after you went missing, both humankind and the Fire Moons issued dharmic decrees. Every organization you can imagine sprang into action. They cooperated perfectly. The East of Revered Ancient has been working together as if it has a single, united will. That was quite intimidating to the other areas of the mainland, and it was quite intimidating to the holy lands around here. At the same time, many forces used the search for you as an excuse to deploy troops and plan for war. Some of the details are even impossible for me to perceive clearly. Yu Liachen clucked his tongue in admiration. Xu Qing had no trouble picking up on the hidden implications in what Yu Liachen said. He sighed. As for Floating Fiend, what he had heard already had him feeling extremely nervous. My guess, Yu Liachen continued, is that your Empress. Next move is going to be using your situation as a justification for kicking the Holy Lands out of the East. It would be completely logical to claim that it's to make sure nothing like this happens again in the future. By paying only a small price, the entire East can be purged. No wonder Swordsage picked her. Xu Liuchun's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xu Qing. This really must have been tough for you. All twists and turns, right? Gods really can be ruthless. Rough, so rough. Xu Qing couldn't think of anything clever to say. Looking at Xu Liuchun, he said, "That's pretty deep, senior." Hearing that caused Xu Liuchun to smile happily. He was intentionally trying to sow discord, for no other reason than he found it amusing. Except, Hai's smile faltered when he heard what Xu Qing had to say next. "However, senior, the situation with me is that simple. If things really played out as you just described, it seems more likely to me that my master has been paying attention the whole time. Senior, isn't it possible that you showing up was actually part of what my master predicted would happen?" Xu Liuchun blinked a few times. After what Xu Qing just said, he suddenly didn't feel as amused as before. He actually looked thoughtful. That was when Floating Fiend's eyes filled with madness. Spinning, he unleashed every scrap of his cultivation base and aura, paying every price possible, including as much Dao blood as he could spare to try to flee. The Grand Emperor's shears appeared above him, and they slashed down toward him. Then a cracking sound rang out as the shears sliced through the air. Floating Fiend vanished. Xu Qing watched it all happen coldly. Xu Liuchun, meanwhile, didn't spare a second glance. Instead, he coolly said, "Allow me to tell you a story, kid." The story is about a cultivator named Floating Fiend. He walked through a 10-mile desert, a 100-mile swamp, a 1,000-mile tomb, and a 10,000-mile forest. Eventually, he got lost. But then he got lucky and managed to find his way back. In a show of gratitude, he blew himself up, and then he took a drink of my tea. All of a sudden, the spot where Floating Fiend had just disappeared rippled and distorted. Floating Fiend appeared, dilapidated and weak. In fact, he seemed like he was about to collapse. The moment he appeared, he looked at the two people present as if he hadn't seen them for an entire month. His expression was one of absolute astonishment and unending terror. A month ago, he had severed his karma with his shears, then detonated the essence of the shears to perform a greater teleportation. After that, he fled for a month, experiencing all sorts of deadly situations. He crossed numerous dangerous regions, only to return to this very spot. Trembling, he looked at Xu Liuchun, then unhesitatingly decided to self-detonate. Rumbling built up within him. It was the only way he could think to free himself. But then he became lucid again and found himself staring at the same bamboo forest, the same Xu Qing, and the same Xu Liuchun. He did not wake up where he thought he would wake up. Instead, he woke up here. "Have some tea," Xu Liuchun said coolly. Floating Fiend looked at the cups of tea on the table. Trembling in despair, he reached out, took a cup, and drank. Meanwhile, the distant horizon turned gray, as if it were turning into clay. The effect spread as a procession of clay people appeared, bearing a shrine. Among the team was Erniu. Looking very excited, he waved at Xu Qing. "Little Ah Qing, your eldest brother is here. Chapter 990. And now I'm the hunter." When Xu Qing saw the clay people and the shrine coming over the horizon, he knew exactly who was on the way. And upon seeing Erniu, all of the exhaustion Xu Qing felt after having been hunted and experiencing the assimilation process faded away. An instant later, the clay people were hovering in midair overhead. Erniu excitedly stepped out of the procession and dropped down next to Xu Qing. There, he punched Xu Qing softly on the shoulder, causing a stream of warm power to flow through Xu Qing. When Erniu sensed how weak Xu Qing was and detected the evidence of how many times he had exploded, he said nothing. He just winked and laughed. "Little junior brother, tell me, when you were running for your life, were you thinking of me? Let me guess. Whenever I'm not around, you have a hard time stomaching food. You don't sleep well. You just can't get used to life like that. I bet your cultivation even gets boring. No matter what you did, you felt like something was missing." Did I guess correctly? Well, did I? Ha ha ha. Come on, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's fine, just muster up the gumption to tell the truth. Erniu was clearly feeling very pleased with himself, and yet he didn't forget to butter up Xu Liuchun while he was at it. Turning, He bowed deeply and plastered a very flattering look onto his face. Well now, this handsome and elegant individual, who has such a noble demeanor and an imposing bearing, could only be the legendary senior with the most noble of spirits, Xu Liachen. In his presence, the glory of heaven and earth fades, while the starry sky glitters brightly for his sake. I am your humble servant Chen Erniu. Greetings, senior. As Xu Liachen sat there with teacup in hand, he looked Erniu up and down, blinked a few times, and then smiled as if in amusement. Xu Qing, this eldest brother of yours really held nothing back. He was the first one to realize that you went missing, and he sent jade slip messages to about half of the east of revered ancient. When Xu Qing saw his eldest brother and heard Xu Liachen's words, a smile broke out on his face for the first time in a long while. He was about to say something when the shrine up above glittered. A wind blew, and the shrine's curtain parted, revealing a clay fox within. The clay fox initially seemed like an inanimate object, but in the blink of an eye, it filled with such color that it seemed to be alive. And then it really became alive as it transformed into a bewitchingly charming young woman who stepped out of the shrine and into the bamboo forest. Her ample bosom swayed with her as she walked, while her hourglass figure and astonishing curves were enough to cause anyone's heart to start racing. There were few other words that could describe her other than perfect. She wore gauzy red clothing that only half covered her, and looked like it might fall off at any moment. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her curvaceous body was so attractive that anyone who looked at her would be overwhelmed with the desire to be with her. Once in the bamboo forest, she stepped over to Xu Qing's side and then spoke in a languid voice that dripped with charm. You gave your primal yang to someone else behind my back, you naughty little boy. Because of that, I wasn't planning to come rescue you. Xu Qing didn't react to her words. Instead, he put on a brave face and bowed in greeting. Well met, senior. The clay fox snorted coldly. Then she looked him up and down. She seemed pleased. I have to admit that Nier was right, though. Now that you have this new body, you basically have all your primal yang back. Erniu cleared his throat and smacked his chest. That's right. I might try to trick other people, but I would never try to trick you, ma'am. What's more, now that my little junior brother has a new body, he's definitely going to be more passionate than before. Look, this body of his is virtually bursting at the seams. That energy and blood is burning sky-high. He looked at Xu Qing and blinked a few times. Xu Qing said nothing in response to Erniu's strange words. Ah, whatever, the clay fox said. I'm not going to quibble with you. It seemed that her heart had started racing in response to what Erniu just said, and she even licked her lips instinctively as she looked Xu Qing up and down again. How slutty, Xu Liachen said coolly. Starfare paid no heed to Hai's words, and instead turned to look at Floating Fiend with eyes so cold they seemed to be a gaze on a dead man. So you're the filthy imbecile that conspired to take Xu Qing's fleshly body. Erniu also looked at Floating Fiend, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Erniu wasn't sure how much killing intent others felt toward Floating Fiend, but at this moment, his desire to put Floating Fiend to death couldn't have been more intense. Though he had seemed relaxed up to this point, and had bragged a bit to Xu Qing, the reality was that he just wanted to ease some of Xu Qing's exhaustion after a period of such intense danger. In fact, there were few people in the world who had been more anxious than him, and when he sensed how weak Xu Qing was and how many times he exploded, his heart burned with flames of rage. And that rage wasn't just directed toward Floating Fiend. He was also angry with the Empress. I'm not the only one who had a goddamned plan at work. Therefore, the fact that this whole thing went so south is something I sure as hell am not going to forget. As Erniu snorted coldly in his heart, he looked at Floating Fiend with more and more killing intent. Floating Fiend shivered and felt like he was about to collapse mentally. The woman who had just arrived was also a god. What was more, he detected a bit of the aura of an altar god. That indicated that this god was at the ultimate peak of flawless god. His despair ran as deep as the sea, and he knew that there was no escaping this situation. He just hoped he could die quickly. That was his only hope, except that earlier, self-detonating hadn't done a thing. The only way out of this will be to get one of these gods to kill me outright. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he suddenly lunged towards Xu Qing as if to attack him with full force. In reality, he was just hopping to die. Xu Qing, his face completely calm, didn't attempt to dodge. He just looked coldly at Floating Fiend closing in on him. Starfear reached out and gently tapped Floating Fiend's forehead. A rumbling sound echoed out as Floating Fiend's cultivation base shattered. A tremor passed through him, and he deflated like a popped balloon. In an instant, he was emaciated and weak in both aura and fleshly body. However, he wasn't dead. Then Starfear spoke, and the words caused his withered body to shake uncontrollably. "What we see here isn't the full you, right? That's why you're trying to get yourself killed." Starfear was absolutely correct. Floating Fiend wasn't here in full. It was only part of him. After sensing the karma connected to Xu Qing, he had obviously made certain preparations. He had also taken precautions in case he failed and ended up dying. Specifically, during the chase, he had used an immortal skill that had been passed down in his species. It was a very Gruish immortal skill that involved inscribing one's memories into a seed that could be planted in another life form. When activated, the memories would erupt, and in a process very similar to reincarnation, he would take over that other life form and become a new version of himself. If his plan went smoothly, then he wouldn't have any need to activate the immortal skill. But if things didn't go smoothly, then after he died, the skill would activate. In that case, even if he did perish, he would essentially be resurrected. Right now, he wanted to activate the immortal skill, except that even dying now seemed like a luxury. Xu Qing's eyes looked both cold and thoughtful as he walked toward Floating Fiend, who was now completely incapable of fighting back, thanks to High God Starfear. As he neared, Floating Fiend managed to look up at the human he had very nearly assimilated. It took effort, but he managed to grin in a very scornful manner and even put some killing intent into his eyes. He didn't speak, but he made his attitude clear via his facial expression. He was telling Xu Qing, "Without help from others, you would have become a part of me. You are nothing." Xu Qing understood what that look meant, and he also understood the reason for the look. Floating Fiend wanted to die. Therefore, upon nearing, he took Floating Fiend's bag of holding, then lifted his hand. A dagger appeared there, which he stabbed into Floating Fiend's body. Blood flowed out. Face completely expressionless, Xu Qing pulled the dagger out, then stabbed it again. And again. And again until he stabbed him 8 times. From the moment he first saw Floating Fiend until now, 9 days had passed. But he only stabbed him 8 times. As blood flowed down Floating Fiend, and his aura fragmented, Xu Qing's shadow slowly covered him. Xu Qing issued a command via divine will, and Little Shadow opened its mouth and started devouring Floating Fiend's shadow. At the same time, the god vine emerged from Xu Qing and viciously burrowed into Floating Fiend and started chewing him up from the inside. Floating Fiend shook as a look of indescribable pain filled his bloodshot eyes. He shrieked in astonishment and yet managed to hold back from expressing pain. He wanted to die, but death was slow in coming. As his fleshly body experienced torment, Xu Qing lifted his right hand, put his hand on the top of Floating Fiend's head, and started to assimilate his soul. He had practically no soul threads left, and he needed to replenish them. There could hardly be something more suitable than the soul of an imperial sovereign. Floating Fiend shook violently as his soul collapsed and was assimilated, bringing pain that far surpassed anything from his fleshly body. He wanted to fight back, but the suppression from High God Starfear shattered any ability to resist. He was like a piece of fish meat that could do nothing but allow Xu Qing to assimilate him. In fact, it was almost exactly how he had been trying to assimilate Xu Qing earlier. The roles had been reversed. Time passed. The assimilation continued. Xu Qing's soul threads formed anew. The pain turned into a sea of despair until Floating Fiend couldn't suppress it anymore. Face distorting, he unleashed a howl of anguish. Xu Qing's expression remained placid in the face of the howling. Eventually, his soul threads were fully recovered. At that point, he turned to look at Erniu. Erniu naturally knew what that look meant. Licking his lips, he stepped forward and clamped his hand onto the trembling, floating fiend. In the blink of an eye, the image of the heavenly dog appeared, voracious and full of killing intent. Its jaws snapped. Floating fiend's screams grew shriller. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Floating fiend's soul was so shattered that only a bit of it was left, keeping his life force from dispersing. The soul of an imperial sovereign was too much for Xu Qing and Ernyu to contain. Therefore, Starfire helped them to take the portion they currently couldn't eat and convert it into a host of soul pearls. The sparkling and translucent soul pearls were so impressive that even one would send a host of cultivators into a frenzy. However, Xu Qing's revenge wasn't over yet. Having assimilated the soul, his eyes glittered with coldness as he unleashed the profound sun immortal light magic. As a sun, he rose up into the air, becoming a golden crow that spat fires of assimilation onto Floating fiend. The fire, combined with the magic of the immortal light, was completely terrifying. Eventually, the golden crow devoured the entire fleshly body to burn and assimilate it internally. Xu Qing wanted to see if he could actually assimilate Floating fiend's authority of erasure. Now that Floating fiend's fleshly body had been devoured, the only thing left behind were the dilapidated shears. Xu Qing collected the shears up, his eyes shining with ferocity. "You want to assimilate me? Fine, I'll assimilate every scrap of you." When it was done, Xu Qing turned to Yu Liuchen and Starfire. He bowed. Yu Liuchen put down Hai's cup of tea. "You owe me a favor," he said coolly. "Once you've taken care of certain matters, I'll come looking for you." With that, he disappeared along with the bamboo forest. After he was gone, the surroundings turned into a majestic desert. High God Starfire looked at the spot where Floating fiend had disappeared and sighed. "Do you need me to help you find the rest of that filthy thing?" Xu Qing shook his head. "I'll always remember your kindness, High God. I can handle what's next." Starfire smiled and then said some words that were very similar to those spoken by Yu Liuchen, except with a very different meaning. "That's fine. I suppose you owe me a favor now. After you take care of certain matters, I'll come looking for you, okay?" High God Starfire licked her lips and seemed more charming than ever. Xu Qing hesitated. The god swayed back to the shrine and turned into a clay fox. Then the clay people carried the shrine back up into the sky and off into the distance. The desert was now empty, except for Xu Qing and Ernyu. Ernyu looked at Xu Qing and grinned. "What are you going to do next, little Ah Qing?" Xu Qing's heart was full of icy killing intent. Looking in the direction of the forbidden sea, he narrowed his eyes and spoke in a voice like a blade. "He still owes me. Now I'm going to be the one hunting him." On the seafloor in the forbidden sea, a snake-neck dragon swirled along hunting for prey. However, just as it opened its mouth to devour its target, it suddenly shivered as 5-colored light built up in its eyes. Memories that weren't its own erupted in its mind, becoming a tempest that swept through its fleshly body with devastating force. It exploded in a bloody haze. A moment later, the chunks of flesh converged back into a humanoid shape. Its eyes opened, and though they looked blank at first, they quickly became lucid and then grim. "Looks like my true form failed." The person who had formed from the exploded snake-neck dragon looked around. He suddenly felt uneasy. Which of the people connected to that brat by karma ended up killing my true form? Regardless, I'm obviously very weak now. I'm not even as strong as an imperial sovereign. I guess I need to follow my original plan and find a place to hide out. Suppressing his anxiety, he raced off to find a hiding spot. Deathblade's Thoughts Chapter 991. Today, they all stand for him. Near the sea in the Southiel region, a deafening sound could be heard in midair, accompanied by an immense gale-force wind. Everything shook. Shockingly, 2 figures were visible within the tempestuous wind, screaming along at high speed. They left behind 2 streaks in the canopy of heaven as they pierced through the air. Nothing seemed capable of slowing them down. There were powerful organizations in Southiel, as well as godly entities, hidden gods, and living beings in all parts of the land, who, as long as they had the power to see, made sure they did nothing to block Xu Qing's path. They just watched him pass by. The waves made by Xu Qing's disappearance had spread very far, and as a result, his name was known just about everywhere. He was the grand dark heaven of the fire moons. He was also the imperial tutor of humankind. In the east of revered ancient, he was about as important as it was possible to get. Because of him, all of the east of revered ancient had been thrown into a big commotion. The empress of humankind and the three gods of the fire moons had offered an incredible opportunity. This went to show what both species really wanted, and also revealed who was in charge of the east. And thus, although the South Hill region was sparsely inhabited, it was located in the east, and therefore, even people there had heard of the dharmic decrees issued by humankind and the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. All sorts of organizations were paying very close attention as Xu Qing and Erniu left the desert and headed toward the Forbidden Sea. As they made progress, word began to spread that Xu Qing was free. However, even as the news began to spread through the various regions, Xu Qing himself issued a dharmic decree in the Holotide and Night Spirit regions. Holotide and Night Spirit hereby declare war on the Vivifiends. It was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering decree. In Sealing County, which formed the core of both Holotide and Night Spirit, the decree caused an instant stir. Teleportation portals were activated on a large scale. Squads of elite cultivator veterans poured into the portals to carry out the orders of their region lord. And thus, an army gathered outside the Vivifiend Holy Land. War was about to break out. At the same time, Flame Phoenix issued a dharmic decree in the continent of South Phoenix. The continent of South Phoenix hereby declares war on the Vivifiends. Godly entities from Forbidden by the Phoenix took action, causing shocking fluctuations to flow out into heaven and earth. Seven Blood Eyes hereby declares war on the Vivifiends. On islands throughout the Forbidden Sea, countless declarations echoed that made by Seven Blood Eyes, and killing intent began to converge on the Vivifiend Holy Land. The Moonright region hereby declares war on the Vivifiends. The heir apparent and his siblings had not left the Forbidden Sea. Upon hearing that Xu Qing was free, and after hearing about the declarations of war, they added their voices to the mix. In the shortest of moments, all of Xu Qing's allies took action. Spell formations were activated, and forces converged on the sealed Vivifiend Holy Land. This was what happened when Xu Qing went on the hunt, and the first step in taking out Floating Fiend was to rip up his holy land by the roots. Xu Qing was definitely the type of person who held grudges. That was how he had been since he was young. If someone treated him with hostility, he would take their life, even if it was before they could actually take action against him. Given that, there was little need to mention Floating Fiend, who had very nearly killed him. And since Floating Fiend was an imperial sovereign from the Vivifiend Holy Land, there was no way that the Holy Land would get off without repercussions. The grudge had been established, and there was no way to simply make it go away. What was more, killing Floating Fiend wasn't going to be enough. If killing was to be done, there needed to be a lot of killing. And if extermination was going to happen, it would be a holy land that ended up exterminated. That was the way to prevent any future calamities from occurring. In addition, track down Floating Fiend. His people must pay with their blood. Up in the dome of heaven, Xu Qing's eyes overflowed with killing intent. Next to him, Erniu licked his lips, and his eyes seemed to glow with the color of blood. You're not thinking straight, little Ah Qing. There are some things in which one shouldn't expect to be spoon-fed. It might taste good, but then you don't gain the experience of peeling the food yourself. If you want experience, then after you sacrifice the Vivifiend Holy Land, I can personally use the blood of that species to use my Grand 5 Ox Essence Stracing Grand Merciless Tao. That way, we can figure out exactly where that shithead is and go put him to death. 1. Erniu's words echoed about as the sound of their passage pierced the clouds. Shortly after, they flew out into the sky over the Forbidden Sea. Without a moment of pause, they shot down through the waves into the water and moved in the direction of the Vivifiend Holy Land. Along the way, countless sea beasts burst into motion, becoming a swelling wave that shot toward the Vivifiends. Godly entities rose up from the seafloor and joined them. When the two of them finally arrived on the periphery of the Vivifiend Holy Land, Xu Qing was met with a soul-shocking, majestic scene. Countless banners flapped vigorously in the wind. Innumerable cultivators were arrayed in ranks, pulsing with baleful auras that caused the wind and clouds to change colors dramatically. The cultivators present included the legions from the Holotide region, the priests from the Night Spirit region, a massive armed force from the Imperial capital, as well as 7 Blood Eyes forces and allies from species all over the Forbidden Sea. There were also cultivators from the Moon Rebel congregation in the Moonright region. There seemed to be no end to the armed forces surrounding the Vivifiend Holy Land. Hovering up above were many familiar faces that caused warmth to rise up in Xu Qing's heart. The heir apparent, Princess Brightblossom, Grandma Fifth, 8th Sib, 9th Sib, Linger was there. Also present was King Firecrusher, as well as the Patriarch of 7 Blood Eyes, Sir Bloodsmelter. Powerful experts were present from the regions of Holotide and Night Spirit. High above everything else was Flame Phoenix, who blotted out the sky and sun, and was surrounded by a never-ending sea of flames that immolated the sky. At Flame Phoenix's side was Second Elder Sister. Everyone present was ready to unleash every bit of might they could muster, and they were waiting for Xu Qing. When Xu Qing strode over the horizon, his footfalls created rumbling sounds, and his presence created a surging momentum. Greetings, Region Lord. Our respects, Imperial Tutor. Well met, Dao Child. Archbishop of Moonrebel. Various forms of address could be heard coming from different parts of the enormous army. Though the words spoken were different, the respect and fervor were exactly the same. He was the Region Lord of Holotide and Night Spirit. He was the Imperial Tutor of humankind. He was a Dao Child of 7 Blood Eyes. He was one of the archbishops of the Moonrebel congregation. As he journeyed through time, he had accumulated these titles one by one, based on his own merit. Back during the days when he was tempering himself, he had held back from revealing his various identities publicly. As his master had demanded, he focused on bettering himself. But in the course of his training, Floating Fiend had come along and tried to kill him, and thus he arrived today in this manner. He was unleashing everything he had. When he arrived, ear-splitting rumbling sounds spread out like heavenly thunder. He was only about 50 kilometers away from the Holy Land at this point. As for the Vivifiend Holy Land, its spell formation had already collapsed, and the Vivifiends inside trembled in despair. Thanks to the pressure weighing down from all sides, their souls and bodies were experiencing intense pain, and most of them had blood oozing out of the corners of their mouths. Patriarch Vivifiend's facial expression was grim. Over the past few days, he had prepared in every way he could manage, but when he saw Xu Qing coming over the horizon, his heart started pounding. The worst-case scenario he had imagined was becoming a reality. Floating Fiend failed. Patriarch Vivifiend felt immeasurable bitterness within himself as he watched Xu Qing approach. Therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that he shifted his gaze to King Firecrusher. King Firecrusher, he said loudly, please notify Empress Summer Departure that the Vivifiend Holy Land is willing to surrender as a species and become subsidiaries of humankind. This is a species oath backed by the destiny of our species. If humankind agrees, then from generation to generation after this day, we will abide by the agreement. Patriarch Vivifiend was the leader of the Vivifiend Holy Land, and as such, he had his own plans and ideas. From the moment he decided to protect Floating Fiend, he had already analyzed the situation as a whole. But since the worst-case scenario was playing out in front of him, he didn't have a lot of options to pick from. On the one hand, it was true that the almighty entity from the Emptistar Holy Land had a towering cultivation base, and betraying that individual would be very dangerous. However, he had no options left, therefore he kept speaking. As for me, I'm willing to receive a soul branding mark from the Empress, and will even switch cultivation paths. I will change from the cultivator path to that of the gods. I will ignite my own god fire. In other words, I'm willing to completely part ways with the Holy Lands. In response to his words, countless eyes outside of the Holy Land shifted to look at King Firecrusher. King Firecrusher said nothing in response. Xu Qing didn't stop moving. He was now only about 15 kilometers away from the Vivifiend Holy Land. Seeing that, Patriarch Vivifiend continued speaking. If I become a god, then I should be able to reach the altar god level. If that happens, I can be of immense assistance to either humankind or the Fire Moons. And that means that when the more powerful Holy Lands arrive, you'll have more options to pick from. He feared that almighty individual from the Emptistar Holy Land, but if he could ignite Godfare, then he wouldn't be a cultivator anymore. He would be listed among the gods, and he was fully aware that the plans of that almighty individual were contingent on avoiding conflict with the gods. Although it wasn't a complete guarantee, considering the immense potential danger, it was the best option he could think of. And thus, he said what he did to King Firecrusher. He knew full well that the only hope he had right now was to appeal to the Empress. The Empress was a god, the god of humankind, and that ensured that her actions were for the benefit of her species. The Empress obviously could have tracked down Floating Fiend, but instead, she used it as an opportunity to reveal her intentions. From that, I can deduce that my previous speculations were correct. The Empress believes that absorbing my species will strengthen humankind, and that means that it doesn't matter what Xu Qing thinks or feels. And yet, despite the fact that he was convinced of his own line of reasoning, the fact remained that King Firecrusher wasn't saying a thing. As Xu Qing continued his approach, everyone parted to make way for him, leaving a path that led right to the Vivifiend Holy Land. Patriarch Vivifiend ignored that. Empress Summer Departure, he said loudly. I know many secrets of the various Holy Lands. I know the real reason why the Holy Lands came here. And even more importantly, I know where the next set of Holy Lands will arrive. Revered Ancient is about to be engulfed in the flames of war. It's unavoidable. But with my information, humankind can gain a huge advantage. Xu Qing is sound and in good health. Floating Fiend presumably already paid the price for his actions. Therefore, Empress, I request that you drop this matter. Let the blame fall squarely on Floating Fiend and allow his punishment to be the benefit gained by humankind. Isn't that a good way to resolve this situation? Patriarch Vivifiend looked up into the canopy of heaven. He could sense that the Empress was there. He still hadn't even cast a glance in Xu Qing's direction, and was instead just waiting for a response from the Empress. He was convinced that he and his species, plus the information he had, were valuable enough that they could make up for Floating Fiend's actions. Clasping hands, he bowed to the canopy of heaven. At that point, King Firecrusher finally reacted. He frowned. The surrounding armed forces, be they from Moonright, Seven Blood Eyes, South Phoenix, Holotide, or Night Spirit, all remained in place, neither speaking nor acting. As far as they were concerned, the person who was going to make the decision here wasn't the Empress, but rather Xu Qing. And finally, Xu Qing arrived in front of the Vivifiend Holy Land. He looked it over calmly, then looked up at the canopy of heaven. He was also interested in the Empress' response. Next to him, Erniu's eyes were narrowed, but glinted with a terrifying light. Finally, the Empress responded in a cold voice. It might seem like a reasonable choice to let one person be humiliated in order to gain an advantage for the entire species. But years ago, when Sea Sealing County was in a deadly situation, this person, with a mere core formation cultivation base, did something that seemed like the act of a fool. He stood up for the people of Sea Sealing County, even though there seemed no hope of achieving success. The Moonright region used to be a grazing land for Crimson Mother. But this person, with only a nascent soul cultivation base, stood up for the people of the region and saved them. Before I ignited Godfire, back when our species was in conflict with the Fire Moons, he single-handedly went to their territory and became the Grand Darkheaven. And then, in front of all of the Fire Moons, he demanded a ceasefire. He bears the Emperor's sword. He earned a 30,000-meter pillar of light in the assessment of the heart, and he has the same heart now as he did back then. Therefore, let me ask you a question. If I turned a blind eye while he suffered humiliation, then what exactly would be the point of being human? What about the next time a human got humiliated? What about the time after that? If I let one of my people be humiliated just to earn an advantage for the species, well, maybe you would think something like that might be worth it. But in my eyes, there is no advantage in doing such a thing. Maybe I am a god, but I'm a human god. I'm not the kind of god people just think about. I'm not the kind of god who lurks in the shadows. I'm a human of revered ancient, and I stand with my people. Xu Qing stood up for everyone, and today we're standing up for him. Therefore, I hereby reject your offer of surrender. As the words left her mouth, heaven and earth rumbled as if with thunder. The Vivifiends looked on in despair. Their patriarch's face was ashen. Never could he have imagined that the response to his offer would be something like this. All humans present felt their hearts pounding with pride. The iciness in Erniu's eyes eased a bit, and he snorted coldly in his heart. The violent irritation he had felt earlier toward the Empress was starting to fade. Xu Qing looked back to the Vivifiend Holy Land. Today, the Vivifiends are to be exterminated, he said calmly. Yes, sir, the armed forces replied. Baleful auras flared, becoming a majestic and furious wave that surged toward the Vivifiend Holy Land. At the same time, the mountain erupted with corpse energy. The door from forbidden by the zombie that Patriarch Vivifiend had taken was being opened. Taking advantage of the chaos that ensued, Patriarch Vivifiend vanished. When he reappeared, he was on the horizon. Without a backward glance, he fled. He knew that there was no hope for the Vivifiend Holy Land, and thus there was no point in him staying behind. If he could escape, then there would be hope for the future. But then the Empress appeared in midair and took a step toward him. When her foot landed, ripples spread through the canopy of heaven. It wasn't just in that location. Ripples appeared in the sky over all the regions of revered ancient. The Empress's footfall affected daytime throughout revered ancient. Areas throughout the mainland that were brightly lit experienced something like the extinguishing of a lamp, as all daytime turned into the black of night. All regions were now dark. A god had blown out a lamp, causing all light to temporarily leave revered ancient. The only light now existed in the eyes of the Empress as she hovered in the air above the Vivifiend Holy Land. This was the Empress, godly authority. The concept of departing light converged in her eyes, making them the source of all light. And then, the concept of light flowed from all regions in revered ancient, converging into the darkness to make the glow of dawn light. Where that light went, heaven and earth became bright. Patriarch Vivifiend shivered as the light swept over him. As he blurred from head to toe, he reached out with his right hand as if to grab something. He opened his mouth to speak. But then, within that light, he became nothing. The only thing that remained behind was a helpless sigh echoing out in all directions. It became the end of everything. Next, all heaven and earth returned to normal. Then Flame Phoenix let loose a cry that could shake the heart and mind, and a massive sea of flames descended. The fire burned the sky, burned the air, and burned the mountain that made up the Holy Land. It continued down into the sea, making everything a world of fire. However, it only targeted the Vivifiends. Within that sea of fire were cultivators from all over, and they were on the warpath. Rumbling sounds echoed out, accompanied by the din of slaughter. The sounds weaved together into an energetic song being played in heaven and earth. Xu Qing merged into that sound. His slaughter came with the sound. In the depths of the forbidden sea, the fleeing, floating fiend shivered as a sensation of unspeakable sorrow filled him. He looked over his shoulder in the direction of the Vivifiend Holy Land. The Patriarch just perished. 1. The Grand Five Ox Essence Stracing Grand Merciless Tao was first mentioned in Chapter 832 and also came up in 862. Chapter 992, Vivifiend Extermination. Patriarch. Off on the horizon, the Empress, godly authority wiped Patriarch Vivifiend out of existence. At that moment, a sigh echoed out in all directions. Howls of grief echoed out from the mouths of the Vivifiends in the Holy Land. An instant later, a never-ending sea of flames swept over everything. Where it went, the might of destruction abounded. It gathered within the Holy Mountain, specifically at the forbidden by the zombie door that Patriarch Vivifiend had opened just before he died. The fire closed the door. After, the huge army of cultivators surged into motion. They were like an enormous hand descending from heaven, carrying a will of death onto the Vivifiends' Holy Mountain. Death swept over their entire species. Terror and despair overtook the hearts and minds of all Vivifiends. Some of them simply stood there trembling. Some tried to flee. In some, the terror transformed into madness. With the Patriarch dead, the elders were the ones to assume the will of the species. Enraged, they flew out and called out to the other Vivifiends to fight. But an instant later, rumbling sounds echoed out as that enormous hand arrived. The entire mountain shook as deafening booms rang out. When that huge hand hit, the Vivifiend resistance crumbled. Countless Vivifiends coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and yet some of them still flew out to try to fight back. Sadly for them, the hand's momentum was unstoppable, ensuring it crushed everything in its path. Those who flew out fell almost instantly. The cultivator army that made up the hand then became like a swarm of bees that hit the Holy Land with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. Miserable shrieks, howls of madness, and cries of anguish mixed together and echoed out in all directions. The mountain trembled violently as cracks spread out over its surface, and boulders tumbled down into the sea below. Slaughter broke out everywhere. This army was made up of imperial soldiers, sea-sealing county armed forces, and warriors from both Moonright and Seven Blood Eyes. Even if the Holy Land had been more majestic than it was, there was no way it could stand up against such numbers. In the end, it was only the most elite of the cultivators who actually entered the mountain, but even that was enough to call it a full-scale invasion. In the shortest of moments, an explosive battle erupted, and Vivifiend corpses started piling up. The majority of the cultivators on Xu Qing's side were tasked with sealing off the outside world. That involved using spell formations to tightly seal heaven, earth, the air, magical laws, and the mountain itself. In other words, it made sure the Vivifiends had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The only thing in store for the Vivifiends was extermination. There was no other option. As the sounds of slaughter spread from the Holy Land, Xu Qing's godly authority of sound erupted within every bit of noise in the area. Wherever he went, the sound became deadly. Heads flew off of shoulders, bodies exploded into gore. The killing intent was shocking to the extreme. He required slaughter. His experience over the last 10 days had left him with very tight nerves. Being chased down to be killed had left him feeling as bedraggled as a stray dog. The constant rushing around, the repeated collapse of his fleshly body and the pain that came with it, led to a towering killing intent. Xu Qing wasn't a person who enjoyed being down and out, and slaughter was essentially a permanent fixture in his life. Originally, it should have been possible for the Holy Lands to get along with him harmoniously. It hadn't been his desire for friction to erupt so quickly with the Holy Lands. He had simply been sitting there waiting for the giant and the dragon chariot. But an imperial sovereign's son and his Dao protectors had let their greed get the better of them. And therefore, killing it would be. Thus, a wind kicked up from the sea, bringing sea water with it as it blew onto the Holy Land. It mixed with the slaughter, spreading from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top. At the foot of the mountain, a void-returning Vivifiend looked completely insane as he fought with Sir Bloodsmelter. Sir Bloodsmelter was old, but he was on the front lines that smashed into the Holy Land's forces. He had felt guilty from the moment he heard Xu Qing went missing, and was fighting with every ounce of strength he had in the hopes of making up for that. A species that dares to touch my grand apprentice will be buried as a species. The coldness in Sir Bloodsmelter's heart manifested as innumerable blood threads that shot forth to devour his Vivifiend opponent. The Vivifiend's heart was full of madness, but he also knew that all signs pointed to imminent disaster. All he could hope to do was take some enemies with him. Eyes bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his energy to rise dramatically. He was opting for self-detonation. But then the wind blew past, and the shadow of death became visible right behind him. A dagger slashed. A head flew. The last thing he saw was the world tumbling around him. Sadly, he never saw who delivered the fatal blow. The only thing he saw were Sir Bloodsmelter's blood threads. The slaughter continued. If one could look down from high above onto the Holy Land, they would see corpses piling up everywhere. Some people were going completely crazy. Erneu was one of them. Turning into a host of blue worms, he spread icy frost everywhere, freezing everything around him. At the same time, his cold laughter drifted with the frosty wind. The Holy Lands don't count for crap. At the same time, in another location, a vivified cultivator in the great circle of void returning was being beset on all sides. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tried to flee. He could tell that the only thing that awaited him in the Holy Land was death. His senses were full of the aroma of death and the sound of agonized shrieking. As death neared, his heart trembled. All of a sudden, he resorted to a secret magic that would hopefully get him free of the enemy forces surrounding him. He partly succeeded. The secret magic caused him to glow with a blood-colored light. It was a sort of blood escape art that could be used to break free of a deadly ambush. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't teleport past the spell formation barrier outside the mountain. All he could do was reach the foot of the mountain. Before he could even gain his bearings, the wind blew. A sensation of deadly crisis filled him that vastly surpassed what he had felt moments ago when being surrounded. It exploded within him, causing his head to spin. He lunged backward instinctively, yet couldn't prevent the wind from slicing his head off his shoulders. His senses of the world gradually faded as everything turned black. Blood sprayed as a corpse fell. The decapitated head landed upon a shadowy hand that stretched out of the wind. Then the hand and the head disappeared. When they reappeared, they were halfway up the mountain. There were more corpses there, as the vivifiends were being absolutely decimated. The disparity in power ensured that any resistance on the part of the vivifiends was absolutely meaningless. They struggled, but that only bought them a few more moments of life. And the price to be paid was injury and psychological torment. Even their smoldering god elders and other smoldering god experts were simply perishing under the assault of King Firecrusher, as well as the heir apparent and his siblings. Blood clouds gathered in the sky. A blood rain fell. The flames continued to burn, and thus the blood rain evaporated into a mist that covered the mountain. Xu Qing was like a death god walking in the world of mortals. Within the blood mist, he went from the foot of the mountain toward the summit. He was not particular in choosing targets. It didn't matter what cultivation base they had. As long as they were vivifiends, they were marked for death, void returning, spirit trove, nascent soul. They were all the same to him. The smell of blood grew stronger, and the screams grew shriller. Gradually, the number of screams began to diminish. Eventually, Xu Qing stepped out of the blood mist and stood at the summit of the mountain. There were no more howls of agony coming from vivifiend cultivators. The entire species had been eradicated. The only thing left behind were innumerable corpses littering the mountain. Most were mutilated. The blood had turned the white mountain completely red. Deep below the surface of the sea, forbidden by the zombie stirred because of the aura of death, but it was quickly suppressed by the pressure from above. On top of the mountain, Xu Qing took a deep breath, looked around at everyone who had come to help him, and then bowed deeply. Next, he locked eyes with Linger. Linger had grown up. She'd known that Xu Qing had important matters to attend to and had held back from ever bothering him. When she realized he was looking at her, her expression became one of wistful longing. His eyes softened, and he nodded. Then he turned to look at Erneu, who was walking out of the blood mist. "Eldest brother," he said. Erneu knew what Xu Qing wanted to say. Licking his lips, he took note of the aroma of blood that surrounded them, then laughed grimly. "Don't worry, little Ah Qing. By using the blood of the vivifiend species as a sacrifice, I can track him down. As of now, he doesn't have those gruish shears anymore. Plus, he's weaker than ever. I'd say it's likely he isn't even in the Imperial Sovereign level." Erniu stamped his foot onto the ground and floated up into the air. Reaching toward the blood mist, he made a grasping gesture. Instantly, the blood mist filling the Holy Land filled with rumbling sounds. Then, 5 hurricanes formed, with Erniu in the center. Together, they rose up into the air, slowly orbiting around each other. Massive amounts of corpses were picked up by the wind and began to flow within the hurricanes. From a distance, it was an extremely ghastly sight, almost like some sort of evil magic. Erniu's eyes began to shine brightly as his hands flashed through double-handed incantation gestures. He began to chant, and the corpses within the 5 hurricanes started crumbling into pieces. When they were nothing but flowing gore, the 5 hurricanes looked even more horrifying. In the end, Erniu pointed up into the sky with one finger, and the 5 hurricanes shot upward. High in the sky, they converged to make a sea of blood that roiled loudly, spinning until it was a gigantic black hole. Looking at the black vortex, Erniu shouted, "Little junior brother." Xu Qing didn't hesitate for a moment. The golden crow flew out of him, swirling through the air. Opening its mouth, it spat out the true form of floating fiend that it had devoured earlier. It landed next to Erniu. Erniu reached out and put his hand on floating fiend's head. His nails dug down deep until they pierced the skull, whereupon he began to chant in a voice that seemed profoundly ancient. Blood as the guide, will as the reason these bones and this cultivator, a soul within heaven and earth, bring it back to its origin. As his voice rang out, the black vortex spun more dramatically. Lightning danced back and forth like silver snakes. Gradually, an illusory scene began to form in the black hole. It started very blurry, but as the moments passed and Erniu's eyes shone more brilliantly, the blue light poolsing off of him seeped into the image. As the blue light stained the image, Erniu spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, which also joined the image. It was almost like a purification. The image quickly turned clear. It depicted the seafloor. A shadowy figure was racing along there. He quickly noticed that he had been spotted and turned to look over his shoulder. He was none other than Floating Fiend. A look of shock appeared and then became a dour expression. He quickly waved his hand as if to sever the connection. The image once again turned blurry. "Think you can escape?" Erniu laughed coldly. He burst into motion, shooting into the vortex. Xu Qing took a step, also entering the vortex, poolsing with killing intent as he did. A flaming figure joined them from the mountain. As it blurred along, it turned into Huang Yan, who disappeared into the vortex. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the vortex vanished. The 3 figures were gone, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 993, Hunting to Kill. In the dark currents on the seafloor of the Forbidden Sea, Floating Fiend sped along with a dour expression, and a heart overflowing with unease. He didn't dare to hesitate or slow down for even an instant. A moment ago, he had vaguely sensed some mysterious and ancient power locking onto his position. He had attempted to erase the sensation, but had failed. As his heart thumped thanks to the intense sensation of impending disaster, he accelerated, turning into a blur of afterimages that shot off into the distance on the seafloor. He even performed an incantation gesture to start an immortal skill. This immortal skill was similar to a teleportation, but the way it manifested was unusually gruish. What was more, it required paying a heavy price. Back when he was in the Imperial Sovereign level, he could have activated the immortal skill in an instant. And though the price to pay would still have been high, it wasn't something he would have balked at. But now, it not only took a lot of time, but also required an even greater price. Unfortunately, he had no other options to pick from. As the immortal skill seed took root in his sea of consciousness, his mind trembled. The patriarch perished. The Holy Land must have fallen into catastrophe. Bitterness filled Floating Fiend as he thought back to what the Holy Land had been through in recent years. He couldn't prevent a feeling of regret from filling his heart. However, despite the clear regret within him, he knew that the situation had reached the point at which such regret was pointless. What was more, he didn't have the deep attachment to the species that the patriarch did. Personal growth had always been his main priority. and he was ready to pay any price to make that happen. That was why he was fully aware that, if he could do everything over again, he would make the same choices as before. The idea of becoming a summer immortal was so incredible that he would face countless dangers for the sake of it. He just couldn't resist that temptation. In fact, even if a destined opportunity only came with a slim chance of success, he would take it. After all, this was good fortune leading to the possibility of becoming a summer immortal. From ancient times until now, the revered ancient mainland had only seen a handful of individuals who reached that level. If he could do so, then he would have terrifying strength akin to that of a true god. If that happened, he would be an important person even out in the sprawling starry sky. In fact, he would be like that certain exalted individual, and could pursue a path leading to a realm without parallel in history. Summer immortal. What a pity, what a real pity. Floating Fiend still wasn't ready to just give up, and that defiance soon turned into madness that caused his eyes to glitter. Around that time, a terrifying pressure began to weigh down on him. A deafening rumbling sound filled his ears, interrupting his thoughts, and caused his face to fall. He looked up. What he saw was a stupefying sea of flames. The sea water was burning. Red fire spread everywhere, completely wiping out the mutagen in the area and turning the sea back to its normal color. The high temperature even reached down to the seafloor. In the middle of the sea of flames was a huge vortex, spinning endlessly. Out of it stepped two figures. One of them caused Floating Fiend's heart to fill with even more intense defiance. But before his emotions could get completely riled up, an illusory version of Flame Phoenix arrived along with a third figure. A piercing cry erupted from Huang Yan as he stepped out, and his eyes pulsed with killing intent as he stepped toward Floating Fiend. The moment his foot fell, the seafloor trembled, and the burning of the seawater intensified. Floating Fiend shivered and coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. After being resurrected thanks to the memory transfer immortal skill, he was no longer an imperial sovereign, but rather had fallen down to the smoldering god level. Thus, Flame Phoenix's wrath was far more than he could stand up to. In an instant, he was seriously injured by Flame Phoenix. As more blood sprayed out of his mouth, his cultivation base destabilized further. His momentum in fleeing was interrupted, and the immortal skill seed which had been brewing within him began to go out of control. Huang Yan was already right in front of Floating Fiend. He waved his hand. Terrifying force erupted from Flame Phoenix. The flames on the seafloor converged, turning into a tempest of fire that swept toward Floating Fiend. The disparity in power levels was so immense that any sort of resistance was meaningless. Floating Fiend shook violently as he coughed up over a dozen mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his cultivation base became so unstable that it started falling. From the great circle of smoldering god, he fell down to the level of a five-world smoldering god. It was such a critical moment that Floating Fiend couldn't bother waiting for the immortal skill seed to finish brewing in his sea of consciousness. Face distorting with pain and heart surging with terror, he held back nothing to activate it. A boom rang out as he exploded, turning into a host of scintillating threads that vanished without a trace. As Huang Yan stood there, he turned to look coldly off into the distance. By now, Xu Qing and Erniu had fully emerged from the vortex. Huang Yan had obviously been keeping tight control over his attack earlier. Xu Qing, I know you want to kill him with your own hands. As of now, his cultivation base isn't high enough for him to be a threat to you, and I interfered with his secret magic so he couldn't get very far away. Xu Qing nodded. His relationship with Huang Yan was second only to his relationship with Erniu. Therefore, there was no need for further words. Eyes turning cold, he sent his god perception out to contact the countless sounds on the seafloor. They included flowing water, fish swishing their tails, sea beasts howling, and the grains of sand rubbing against each other. There were numerous noises that all converged into the sound of the forbidden sea breathing. Within that breathing, Xu Qing was able to sense Floating Fiend's heartbeat. Found him, he said calmly. He took a step in that direction. Huang Yan didn't join him, but instead sat down cross-legged and looked over at Erniu, who seemed raring to go. Have a seat, Huang Yan said. He can handle things going forward. Erniu hesitated as he was interested in watching the show, but after casting a glance at Huang Yan, he chose to sit down. A moment later, he sighed. Second brother-in-law. Erniu, you said something a while back that I haven't forgotten. In fact, I remember every word you said, very clearly. You were planning to visit my home to do some training. You said you made a lot of preparations. You even said you had a way to sneak inside. Go right through the front door. You were completely prepared for everything. Huang Yan smiled enigmatically. 1. Erniu blinked a few times, then shook his head. Something is off about little junior brother. No, this won't do. I need to go see what's happening. He rose to his feet and tried to leave, only for Huang Yan to throw his arm around his neck. He's fine. I'll keep an eye on him. Now let's have a nice little discussion about how you planned to get into my house while I was sleeping. Come on, tell me all the little details. As Huang Yan and Erniu had a friendly little chat, there was a spot some distance away on the seafloor where a host of scintillating threads appeared and converged into the shape of floating fiend. The moment he materialized, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, he seemed to wither, his face turning pale as he looked around to check his surroundings. When he found that he hadn't escaped very far away, his heart filled with incomparably intense pressure. However, without the slightest hesitation at all, he gritted his teeth and burst into motion, all while starting the same immortal skill seed as before. The complete immortal skill seed requires an incense stick's worth of time. His anxiety didn't reduce the amount of time he needed. Heart pounding, he accelerated, piercing through the water. However, even as he sped up, he heard a sound in the sea. The first thing that reached his ears was a noise like rushing water. The sound filled the area, turning into ripples that caused Floating Fiend's face to fall when they touched him. Not good. He wanted to block them, but he couldn't. An instant later, the sound of rushing water turned into an explosive rumbling, and then into a terrifying and deadly force. It was the authority of sound. Floating Fiend trembled violently. Back when he was an imperial sovereign, it was easy for him to look down on Xu Qing's sound authority. But not now. Being only a 5-world smoldering god, it instantly caused blood to seep out of wounds all over his fleshly body. At that critical moment, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he unleashed a divine ability to erase the authority. In doing so, he managed to break free of the area of explosive sound. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. However, Xu Qing's deadly sound just kept going. This time it came from the beating of his heart. His heartbeat was like heavenly thunder. His chest raged beyond his control until it suddenly exploded. A boom echoed out. Blood spread out in all directions. Floating Fiend shivered, and his vision blurred. Pain filled him that was so intense it was difficult to put into words. At the same time, countless additional sounds arrived. He heard fish swishing their tails, sea beasts howling, and the sand grating against itself. It was the forbidden sea breathing. The sound converged, turning into a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering attack. Even the rumbling from before was added in. The booms became a tempest. They became killing intent, and in Gruish fashion they slammed into Floating Fiend's body and soul. He was surrounded by blood and could hardly endure the pain in his soul. Eyes gleaming with madness, he tried to keep running. Over and over again, he unleashed his power of erasure to fight back. The effects were far from perfect. More blood built up. His fleshly body wounds became more severe. In the end, when he was just about ripped to shreds, he managed to break out of the area of sound. He was now in an area of complete silence. That only caused Floating Fiend's face to fall further. An intense sensation of deadly crisis overwhelmed him. That was because he knew that silence didn't mean safety. It meant the opposite. Silence meant that all the sound had been taken away, and taking away sound was something like omniscience. Without a scrap of hesitation, he activated the incomplete immortal skill seed within him. The price was even heavier before, but he managed to flee. A host of scintillating threads appeared, and he prepared to vanish. But then, countless sounds exploded out, along with a boundless power. Floating Fiend's threads had been violently suppressed. Rumbling booms echoed out as many of the threads collapsed before the others disappeared. A few breaths of time passed before Xu Qing appeared in that spot, his face completely expressionless. He looked in the direction Floating Fiend had fled. "You can't get away," he said calmly. Then he lifted his foot and in much the same way Floating Fiend had pursued him, gave chase. Erniu mentioned his plan to sneak into Flame Phoenix's nest in chapter 276. He mentioned the plan again in other chapters, including 334 and 351. Chapter 994, Assimilating Floating Fiend. Deep beneath the surface of the Forbidden Sea, Floating Fiend was in horrible shape. His face was pale, and his vision was so blurry he could barely see. He was even missing a leg. He had sustained a huge backlash from the immortal skill he had unleashed, as well as from Xu Qing's sound authority. As a result, his leg had been severed from the depths of his soul out into his fleshly body. Intense pain flowed through him like tide waters, filling his entire body. As far as he could remember, he had only experienced pain like this when he was a low-level cultivator. After reaching Void Returning, he never felt such pain. And yet, despite having lost a leg to unleash the immortal skill, the sense of deadly crisis hadn't diminished in the least bit. Quite the opposite. It had sunk into the depths of his bones and grown increasingly intense along the way. After all, he now had only one leg left. And what was worse, at some point along the way, it had started decaying, without him even noticing. The decay came from a hypertoxic poison and curse. It was Xu Qing's godly authority of taboo poison. It was incomparably ferocious, and as it exploded through his body, his surviving leg was completely infected, and it seemed to be intent on filling his entire being, from his cultivation base to his fleshly body to his soul. As a result, his mind spun, and he had no choice but to put everything on the line by using his own essence to slow down the taboo poison and bolster his authority of erasure in the hopes of getting rid of it. Unfortunately, his cultivation base had declined, and he was in a very poor state. Add in the fact that he was being hunted, it ensured that he had no time for cultivation and no energy to dispel the poison. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," Floating Fiend roared defiantly, his hair disheveled and his eyes filled with madness. He knew that he didn't have enough time, and therefore, he only had one thing left to do. His essence power erupted out with soul-severing force to cut off the lower half of himself, including his fleshly body. In an instant, his lower half exploded, turning into a cloud of poisoned blood. The upper half of him that remained looked incredibly weak, and his vision was so blurry he could hardly see a thing. The pain from his fleshly body and the agony from his soul combined to create an endless torment. All he could do was grit his teeth, try to stay conscious, and keep fleeing. Unfortunately, he had no hope to latch onto, and no direction in which to flee. At this point, he wasn't even sure what he should do. Grief, bitterness, and a host of other negative emotions proliferated in him, growing more and more intense until Floating Fiend realized that something unusual was going on. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The negative emotions became uncontrollable thoughts that exploded within him, causing his blood to surge and attracting violet moonlight from all directions. The light seemed to be off in the distance, but an instant later, it appeared within his blood and body, where it exploded. A scream of agony erupted from Floating Fiend's mouth, turning into the authority of sound, and another deadly attack. The taboo poison appeared again. It became a cycle of torment that assailed Floating Fiend as he desperately tried to flee. All he could do was keep chopping at his soul, all while continuing to use his incomplete immortal skill. Every teleportation resulted in him being ripped further into shreds. He lost his left arm. He lost his right arm. He lost his torso. In the end, all he had left was his head. It was like a convergence of misfortune. And the misfortune became drifting dust that fell down and covered his Tao heart. Within the dust was Xu Qing's voice. "Your patriarch has perished. Your people have died. Your body is being assimilated. Your species doesn't exist. As of now, you are the only vivifiend left in the revered ancient mainland. You failed to assimilate me, and thus lost your destined opportunity to become a summer immortal. Next, I'm going to assimilate you. I'm going to take away your authority of erasure. The voice thrummed with the godly authority of the violet moon. The echoing sound, combined with the invasion of the taboo poison, became a growing misfortune that covered floating fiend's Tao heart with blinding dust. A cracking sound echoed out in floating fiend's mind. "Shut up," he screamed, trembling. His Tao heart had cracked. "The opportunity has arrived," Xu Qing said softly as he appeared in the water above floating fiend. A god had come. Boundless light emanated off of him, making him like a dazzling sun in the middle of the sea. Light spread in all directions. Incarnated as a sun, Xu Qing illuminated the seafloor. Immortal light from the profound sun carried terrifying might and astonishing power, and all of it focused on floating fiend's surviving head. The previously pitch-black seafloor was now brightly lit. Screams of anguish and howls of grief poured out of floating fiend's mouth as the light shone down on him. Meanwhile, an intense rumbling sound expanded out from the sun. It turned into the only sound present, crushing out everything else. A pitch-black golden crow flew out from the sun. It grew larger and larger, and as the entire sea region trembled, the golden crow opened its mouth and unleashed a fire that could assimilate a myriad spirits. The fire intersected with the immortal light, covering floating fiend's head, and he was sucked into the mouth. Xu Qing was going to assimilate floating fiend's authority. Normally speaking, that wouldn't have been an easy task for two reasons. First, floating fiend wasn't complete. Second, the difficulty level of assimilating an imperial sovereign's authority was astoundingly high. But he had sealed floating fiend's memories and authority in his head, and was using the boundless assimilation fire of the golden crow. The fire burned with great intensity. The first point of difficulty had been resolved. As for the second, well, floating fiend's cultivation base had already dropped. Furthermore, inside the golden crow was a convergence of fire as well as 5 blood mist hurricanes, which were made of the blood of floating fiend's entire species. The entire species had been assimilated. This was golden crow assimilates myriad spirits. The forbidden sea rumbled, the sky outside flashed with wild colors, and the clouds seethed. Countless lightning bolts crashed through the sky, and heavenly Taos were visible overhead. Then, an authority aura unique to cultivators erupted within the golden crow. Next, the golden crow let loose a piercing cry as it sped towards Xu Qing and entered into him through his right eye. Xu Qing then closed his eyes. A few breaths of time passed. Then he opened his eyes, and intense rumbling sounds echoed out. His right eye now glittered with essence power, and a Tao lineament was visible there. The lineament's mere presence caused rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. It was the authority of erasure. That authority was unique to the cultivator system, and it was the only thing like it that Xu Qing currently possessed. When it appeared, Xu Qing shivered from head to toe. Immortal mercury flowed out all over him, turning into globs of silver liquid. The authority lineament also spread out. During the time in which floating fiend had chased him, Xu Qing had exploded over and over again, and had lost a large quantity of immortal mercury. Later, his body was stitched back together, but he still lacked the immortal mercury, leaving his fleshly body in an inharmonious state that got worse on a daily basis. But now, with this authority, the immortal mercury was back, spreading out from his right eye. The authority came from an imperial sovereign in the cultivator system. Immortal mercury was also something from the cultivator system. In some respects, the two had the same origin. The latter was only useful as a temporary binding agent. Xu Qing needed to quickly cultivate large amounts of immortal light to make his body complete and perfect. That was because the immortal mercury was inherently an outside object and couldn't fully fuse with him. But now things were different. That authority was a replacement for the immortal mercury. As a result, his body, which had the flesh of eminent desolation as its foundation and had lineaments of authority, was being bathed in immortal light. It was being made much stronger. That sensation of near perfection which he had experienced appeared in his mind. His eyes shone. He knew his path, and that understanding was even more firmly set than before. The road behind him was flawless, and even if the road ahead had thorns and thistles to overcome, he was confident he could tread it to completion. As that occurred, supernatural phenomena appeared in the sky over the Forbidden Sea. Heavenly dows of revered ancient appeared, intense rumbling echoed out, and ripples spread through heaven and earth. It was accurate to say that there were thousands of bright colors and boundless auspicious light. It was an offering of congratulations from revered ancient. The scene immediately attracted the attention of numerous groups on the Forbidden Sea. Everyone was shaken deeply. The vast majority of those who noticed didn't realize the significance of what they were seeing. However, the heir apparent and his siblings were shaken to the core. An offering of congratulations from revered ancient. According to the legends, the only thing that could cause revered ancient to offer congratulations would be the appearance of an unprecedented talent that hasn't been seen from ancient times until now. As the heir apparent and his siblings were moved, the Empress observed the situation with shining eyes. Xu Qing acquired authority while still in void returning. Presumably, that was the true goal of that master of his. The Empress looked thoughtfully in the direction of South Phoenix. In South Phoenix, in a private chamber in the 7th peak of Seven Blood Eyes, was Master Seventh, who had been in seclusion ever since forming a new body for Xu Qing. He opened his eyes. Fourth Sib has not let me down at all. He managed to take that authority away and is using its power to replace the immortal Mercury. That authority of erasure is the perfect complement for his current fleshly body state. It looks like I have one less thing to worry about. Now, next on the list is... Master Seventh slowly looked up, and his gaze pierced through the dome of heaven and into the starry sky. It passed the holy lands that were whizzing toward revered ancient, and eventually reached a statue with a terrifying aura. Master Seventh suddenly looked very serious, such a familiar aura. Master, are you the one that's returning? A bitter smile appeared on his face. Time passed. A few days later, news about the eradication of the Vivifiend Holy Land spread through revered ancient. Numerous organizations were surprised by the news. And of course, it was a deep shock to the other Holy Lands. But then, something even more shocking happened. Dharmic decrees were issued by humankind and the Fire Moon Dark Heavens. Combined, they formed the most paramount will possible in revered ancient. The Vivifiend Holy Land had evil intentions, and they committed 2 heinous crimes. Their first crime was using the guise of benevolence to parasitize many species on the Forbidden Sea. It was an act devoid of conscience and would lead anyone to bristle with anger. The evidence is incontrovertible. Their second crime was that they conspired against the imperial tutor of humankind, who is also the grand dark heaven of the Fire Moons. Their entire species endorsed this vile, atrocious act, and were more than happy to protect the perpetrator. They had no intention of ever changing, and enjoyed watching the imperial tutor being tormented. The perpetrator's intentions were worthy of the death penalty, his actions were worthy of the death penalty, and his species was worthy of the death penalty. From the moment the Holy Lands arrived, we here in revered ancient were careful to uphold peace and harmony. We never intended to wage war. But the actions of the Holy Lands have been ruthless, unrestrained, and tyrannical. As the saying goes, the falling of one leaf heralds the coming of autumn. In order to ensure that no similar crimes are perpetrated, we hereby notify all Holy Lands in the east of revered ancient that they have 3 days to leave. In 3 days, any who remain behind will be considered enemies of the East. Chapter 995, A Light-Eating God. It was the 5th day after the Empress issued the Dharmic decree. It was a bright, sunny day, with no clouds in the sky. Early morning light shone down on the port of Seven Blood Eyes. The port was busy, with both cultivators and mortals bustling about everywhere. There were also non-humans from various islands on the sea, there to do business. Seven Blood Eyes was now a powerhouse entity, with influence that spread far out into the sea. Countless islands and species were willing to be subsidiary forces of the sect. Products from all over the continent of South Phoenix ended up in the Seven Blood Eyes port district. where they would then be carried out near and far by merchant ships. At the same time, the port at Emperor Receiving Prefecture collected products from all over revered ancient and ferried them to South Phoenix. High-level cultivators didn't participate in activities like that. The responsibilities were all handled by low-level cultivators. Those people formed the massive foundation that allowed the sect to grow strong and train new disciples. Dharma boats and non-human watercraft came in and out constantly, to the point where ships had to line up outside of the port before they could get a spot inside. Despite how busy everything was, everything operated in perfect order. Everything went so smoothly that the sect departments of 7 Blood Eyes who saw to public safety and order didn't actually have a lot of work to do. That was especially true of the Violent Crimes Division. Normally, the constables from there seemed very kind and amiable. That said, to non-humans, the disciples who wore the uniforms of the Violent Crimes Division were to be deeply feared. The non-humans knew that the kindness of the constables was nothing more than an act. In reality, they were all profound schemers, and within their smiles and laughter were hidden sharp blades. That could be attested to by the corpses of the various criminals who had been executed over the years as 7 Blood Eyes rose to prominence. And of course, the older generation of non-humans all talked about things they had witnessed from the time they were young. According to them, it used to be that only the disciples of the 7th peak acted like that. The other peaks were different. But nowadays, the Violent Crimes Divisions in all of the peaks acted exactly the same way. In fact, if you took everything in as a whole, you would find that such behavior wasn't limited to the Violent Crimes Divisions. Disciples from all of the mountain peaks in 7 Blood Eyes now acted the way that only 7th peak disciples used to act. It had become something of a common practice. These people are extremely crafty. That was what everyone said. But there was nothing they could do about that. No one dared to offend 7 Blood Eyes, and when it came to the Violent Crimes Divisions, that was even more the case. The reason was that someone who was an exalted figure in the east of revered ancient had come to the Violent Crimes Division recently. There wasn't a single individual in the islands of the Forbidden Sea who didn't know who this person was. In fact, the east of revered ancient had been thrown into a buzz of activity recently because of him. Stories about him were told everywhere. You could even say that just mentioning his name on the Forbidden Sea would cause any species to go completely silent. He was that important and powerful. The non-humans feared him, but in the Violent Crimes Divisions of the various peaks of 7 Blood Eyes, he was virtually worshipped like a god. After all, he had started out in the Violent Crimes Division. This god of the Violent Crimes Division currently sat cross-legged in the pavilion which had once belonged to Master 7th. He was doing breathing exercises as the sun rose. Every breath he took caused scintillating light to converge from the rising sun and enter his mouth as if it were food. It became crystalline motes within Xu Qing, motes that spread through his body, nourishing his profound sun immortal light. As he sat in the shimmering light eating the sunlight, his body shone with dazzling brightness. He had a long violet robe as well as violet hair, with spectacularly beautiful facial features and a body to match. Anyone who saw him would be unable to stop from sighing at the perfection they were witnessing. Erniu sat in the same building. Glancing at Xu Qing, he sighed and turned to his second junior sister and Huang Yan. With a face like that, he could live such a great life. I mean, he could practice dual cultivation with a god, but instead he sits around working hard all day. Just what I would expect of my little junior brother. He's doing things exactly the way I did back in the day. Second junior sister ignored him. However, Huang Yan's eyebrows shot up. Erniu, did you lose something? Erniu looked very pleased with himself. Presumably you're trying to say that I lost some face, eh? You're trying to imply that I'm shameless. Come on, don't be so petty, second brother-in-law. Huang Yan glared at him. Erniu's shifty manner made it a struggle not to deliver a vicious slap to his face. Erniu glared back. Down at the bottom of the sea, he had been quite scared of Huang Yan. But now he was home, and his junior sister was around, so he wasn't feeling as afraid. The two of them glared at each other so intensely sparks were about to start flying. That was when second junior sister frowned. That's enough, you two. Huang Yan immediately smiled obsequiously, all while Erniu preened proudly. Second Sib knew she couldn't do much about her eldest brother, therefore, she decided to change the conversation topic. It's been 2 days since the Holy Lands left the east. Until more Holy Lands show up, we're going to have some temporary peace and quiet. However, based on what Patriarch Vivifiend said before he died, there's war on the horizon. I'm afraid it's unavoidable. Considering Master is in seclusion, eldest brother, have you put any thought into how 7 Blood Eyes should prepare? Of course I have, Erniu said, licking his lips. That stingy Empress only gave us half of the resources from the Vivifiend Holy Land. And she took the entire mountain. That's pushing things too far. We could have taken that mountain and forged it into a really powerful weapon. Therefore, my plan is to write a strongly worded letter, signed in the name of 7 Blood Eyes and the old man, demanding that the Empress give the mountain back to us. Having said that, Erniu's eyes shone brightly. Huang Yan looked at him, blinking a few times. He had to admit it was an interesting idea. As for second Sib, she thought about it for a moment and was about to reply when her transmission jade slip vibrated. Picking it up, she scanned the message and then looked at Xu Qing. Little junior brother, someone spotted the bronze dragon chariot you were looking for. The dazzling light surrounding the cross-legged Xu Qing rippled, and then he sucked it all into his mouth and opened his eyes. The lineament of authority in his right eye glittered, becoming a terrifying pressure that affected the local natural and magical laws, causing the sky overhead to dim. After the fight with Floating Fiend, Xu Qing had returned and spent all of his time getting used to the authority of erasure. He didn't have any spare time to look for the chariot. That said, he knew that the chariot was somewhere in the inner sea. Therefore, he had posted a mission for 7 Blood Eyes disciples to report any sightings of the chariot. Today, he finally got some results. Standing, Xu Qing looked at his second elder sister. You might recognize the disciples who found it, she said. She waved her hand, sending a jade slip flying over to him. Many thanks, he said as he caught the jade slip. After scanning it with divine will, he turned in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and took a step. Erniu jumped up, laughing. I'll come along, little junior brother. I can be your Dharma protector. He also took a step forward, and together, he and Xu Qing vanished. Dharma protector my ass, Huang Yan said with a cold snort. He looked over at his elder sister. Second elder sister nodded, and Huang Yan brightened up. Jumping to his feet, he raced after Xu Qing and Erniu. Out on the Forbidden Sea, a giant was plodding along, its upper half above the surface of the water. Its every movement caused tsunami waves to race out in all directions. Some distance away, a Dharma ship bobbed up and down in the water. Occasionally, waves would crash over it, but it maintained its course as it kept pace with the giant. There were 3 cultivators aboard the ship, all of whom wore the uniforms of the 7 Blood Eyes Violent Crimes Division. In the lead position was a young man with long black hair that flowed past his shoulders and down his back. He pulsed with a violent aura, and his eyes looked like those of a wild beast. They were full of coldness toward the world and apathy toward life. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men who seemed rather ordinary. None of them had weak cultivation bases. That was especially true of the fierce young man, who was in the great circle of core formation, only about half a step from nascent soul. All of them were constables from the Violent Crimes Division, and all had rather high ranks. In fact, the young man was the current director of the 7th Peak's Violent Crimes Division. Normally speaking, there were few missions which were important enough for him to leave the division. But a few days ago, he saw Xu Qing's mission regarding the dragon chariot. Without any hesitation, he took his 2 deputy directors out to sea. The director held nothing back. He searched even the most dangerous locations, and by chance, happened to spot the giant. Given the level of their cultivation bases, they were still having trouble standing up to the pressure despite how far away they were. The giant's terrifying aura caused all 3 of them to tremble instinctively. And yet the young man with black hair was unusually capable, and he kept his teeth gritted to endure. The fact he was going all out made the two deputy directors think about all of the stories and legends they had heard about this director. Before taking up his office, the director had been a mute. He had been a fanatical killer and had, on more than one occasion, ripped people to shreds like a wild animal. Every single one of his enemies ended up torn to pieces in the most brutal manner imaginable. After becoming the director, his cultivation base grew, and he eventually was able to start speaking. That said, he never said much, and he grew even more fierce and strong. Over the years, he had tracked down virtually every wanted criminal there was. The process had ensured that the director's name became well known and feared among the species of the Forbidden Sea. There were also rumors that the director was a follower of Xu Qing. Some people claimed to have witnessed that with their own eyes, but there were also those who said such stories were complete nonsense. Because Xu Qing had been gone for so long, the stories gradually became nothing more than rumors. But when the two deputy directors saw how their director was risking his life for this mission, they started to think that the rumors might be true after all. Thus, they trembled with fear as they held on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Around that time, the giant gradually sank back down beneath the surface of the water. That caused the tsunami waves to grow even larger, and the power of the sea caused cracks to spread out over the Dharma ship. It looked like it might fall apart at any moment. But the young man with black hair didn't give up. He almost seemed suicidal as he tapped into his cultivation base to control the Dharma ship. At the same time, he sent his special senses out and locked onto the giant so he wouldn't lose it. As time ticked by, blood started oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. But he didn't relax at all. More time passed. The tsunamis grew even more intense, and whirlpools started forming, which tugged violently at the Dharma ship and caused more cracks to appear. At one point, a massive whirlpool swept right toward the Dharma ship, causing it to tremble violently. Loud cracking sounds started echoing out. The two deputy directors were completely scared out of their minds and were crying out loudly. But then, a sound like heavenly thunder echoed out. The sound entered the surface of the water, merging with the sound of the tsunamis, and resulted in a tranquil voice. Calm. Chapter 996, Reliving the Myth. It was only one word, but in the blink of an eye it became an order that had to be followed. Gentleness descended. The tsunami waves died down, leading to absolute calm. The whirlpools disappeared without a trace, somehow suppressed by some mysterious power. That specific word, calm, referred to the sea becoming calm. As of this moment, the breeze went still, and everything became completely placid. On the Dharma ship, the two deputy directors shivered as they looked up. What they saw, high in the sky, was a trio of dazzling figures approaching. All of them had Seen Huang Yan before. As for the rather ordinary-looking person next to Huang Yan, they had seen depictions of him before, but couldn't quite place who he was. But the moment they saw the violet figure in the lead, their hearts burst with excitement. Fourth Highness. Fourth Highness was the special form of address that Seventh Peak disciples used for Xu Qing. The moment the two deputy directors spoke, the young man with the black hair, whose cold eyes were uncharacteristically emotional in this moment, dropped to his knees to kowtow. Mute, Xu Qing said gently as he looked at the young man with black hair. The young man's emotions surged with more intensity. He looked up. My lord. The rumors about him were true. After joining Seven Blood Eyes, he hadn't felt much sense of belonging in the sect. However, he felt completely differently when it came to Xu Qing. Originally, he was scared of Xu Qing. Then Xu Qing saved him, and later on, pointed out a path for him to follow. And when he experienced difficulty in Foundation establishment, it was Xu Qing who brought him back from the brink of disaster. 1. Xu Qing had always been like a lamp for him to follow. He had always been trying to walk in Xu Qing's footprints and prove his loyalty. That was because he had been raised by wild dogs and had developed that type of personality. Xu Qing's eyes were soft as he studied the mute. Then he said, "Your cultivation base is doing well. You've been working hard these past years." To the mute, such words were the highest praise possible, and they filled him with excitement. "Thank you for helping me find the dragon chariot," Xu Qing continued. "Just wait here for me." He looked away from the mute and dropped down into the sea. He soon appeared on the seafloor, right in front of the giant and the dragon chariot. The giant continued walking, the chains slung over his shoulder taut as they dragged the chariot along the seafloor, leaving huge gullies behind. "We meet again." Xu Qing's eyes shone with anticipation, yet he didn't take action immediately. Instead, he followed along and waited for the right moment. When day departed and night arrived, darkness spread. The night passed, when dawn was about to break. "Now's the time." Xu Qing waved his right hand, and the severed hand of the musician appeared in front of him. As the hand's fingers danced, natural sounds welcome the moon drifted out across the seafloor. The giant stopped in place and turned its head, its vacant eye sockets seemingly looking at the hand, and it was apparently listening. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing burst into motion. Whether it was his past experiences or his recent analyses, he was confident in achieving his aim here. Moving at top speed, he shot past the giant. He encountered no obstruction. The giant let Xu Qing pass, as it was seemingly completely focused on natural sounds welcome the moon. And thus, Xu Qing rapidly got closer and closer to the chariot. Years ago, he had only been able to stay in the chariot for a brief moment. On this, his return, he directly entered the dilapidated chariot and without the slightest hesitation, sat down on the chair within the chariot. The moment he sat, the chariot trembled, and the giant stirred as if to turn and look over its shoulder. But then the golden crow manifested outside of Xu Qing, letting loose a piercing cry. It also sent a sea of flames out around the dragon chariot. Xu Qing simultaneously used the profound sun immortal light to bolster the golden crow. The golden crow radiated dazzling light. From a distance, Xu Qing in the chariot no longer looked like a cultivator, but rather like a sun. At the same time, he sent his god perception out and unleashed his god source to control the musician's hand and make the song even more impassioned. The giant shivered. Under the inspiration of natural sounds welcome the moon, it already seemed inclined to follow orders. But then the golden crow aura from the dragon chariot appeared, tapping into instincts that hadn't stirred for countless years. Those two instincts erupted within the giant. Xu Qing, who was paying very close attention, noticed that immediately, and his eyes burned. This was the moment he had been waiting for. According to the mythological story, after the golden crow returned to the palace and listened to natural sounds welcome the moon would rise. The music would play through the night. When the music ceased, the moon would return to the palace, and the golden crow would sit in the chariot and rise over revered ancient. And now, as the giant struggled instinctively, the light of dawn filled the outside world. And then the severed hand's song reached its conclusion. The music vanished. Up on the surface, Ernyu reclined on the deck of the mute's dharma ship, humming a little tune. Huang Yan sat at the prow, yawning. The two deputy directors from the Violent Crimes Division were still feeling very excited as they sat to the side looking at Ernyu and Huang Yan. The mute was at the stern, looking down into the water. The sky was pitch black. Eventually, dawn broke, and light slowly filled the dome of heaven. The light started out at the seafloor, and then broke through the surface like a host of innumerable blades, before shining into the sky. Ernyu stopped humming. Huang Yan's eyes gleamed, and then an enormous giant burst out of the water, creating a massive wave as it shot upward. As it strode up, chains stretched out behind it. Then an even larger wave surged out as an extremely ancient bronze dragon chariot was pulled off the seafloor by the giant. After tens of thousands of years, it was again rising into the sky. Xu Qing sat in the chariot, surrounded by the manifestation of the golden crow, as well as an endless sea of flames and scintillating immortal light. "Holy crap," Ernyu said, his eyes widening excitedly. He hadn't been aware of Xu Qing's plan, as Xu Qing hadn't explained it to him. He had assumed Xu Qing wanted the chariot for cultivation purposes and could never have guessed that he would ride the chariot into the sky. Ernyu inhaled sharply. "He's reliving the myth." Huang Yan's reaction was completely different. He had been aware of Xu Qing's goal all along. And right now, his expression was very serious, the reason being that Xu Qing wasn't the only thing he saw in the chariot. He also saw a blurry figure in front of Xu Qing, staring out at heaven and earth. That figure was a young man who looked simultaneously like a god and an emperor. Brilliant heaven godfolk, Crown Prince Golden Crow. Revered Ancient was being filled with light. 1. The mute was introduced in chapter 106, which was when he was initially portrayed as being scared of Xu Qing. Xu Qing saved him in chapter 139. The pointing out a path part went over my head until Jedrick reminded me about Xu Qing giving him advice in chapter 726 about his life flames. It was in chapter 308 that Xu Qing rescued him during his Foundation establishment crisis. Chapter 997, The Sun Tour, Patrolling the World. Revered Ancient was massive. It covered such a huge area that, before the broken face arrived, it had a total of 37 suns, all of which were different, whether in terms of the materials they were made of, their origin, or their characteristics. They all had their own stories and secrets, but among them, there was one set of sun and moon that were especially unique. There was one legend that claimed that countless years in the past, back when the brilliant heaven godfolk ruled Revered Ancient, there were actually only 36 suns. It was the same with the moons. Eventually, when war broke out between the immortals and the gods, the immortals hoisted a new sun and a new moon up over Revered Ancient. According to the legend, that sun and moon actually came from the brilliant heaven godfolk. After the brilliant heaven godfolk were defeated and suppressed, the summer immortals permitted a few of them to continue living in Revered Ancient. They had to abide by a treaty, though, which required them to patrol the world of Revered Ancient. One of those gods was the crown prince of the brilliant heaven godfolk, whose name was Golden Crow, and whose mission it was to patrol the daytime. 1. As for the moon, its name was Night Watch. Representing kindness, innocence, and the purity of life, the moon's mission was to patrol the night. The sun and moon rose and set, and over the years, they were never able to reunite. It was only on rare occasions when they rose at the same time that they could see each other. What they illuminated wasn't specifically the revered ancient mainland, but instead the mysterious outer sea. And thus, time passed. Heaven and earth changed. The power of time cleansed the histories. As generations of cultivators came and went, and more species came to exist in Revered Ancient, the old stories about the suns and moons grew vague and unclear. Then the broken face arrived. For differing reasons, more than half of the 37 suns perished, until there were only 17 left. As for the stories about the suns and moons, they became even more watered down, until it was hard for people to determine what was legend and what was mere fiction. People just knew that the 17 suns were randomly scattered across Revered Ancient, with some of them being close to each other, and others being very far away. That was why some parts of Revered Ancient were stuck in never-ending night, while others existed in non-stop daylight. As for the mysterious outer sea, there was no light there, as that location had lost its sun and moon. The continent of South Phoenix, plus the Holotide region and the two regions which were next to it, ended up being somewhat lucky. The sun that existed there was one that hadn't perished tens of thousands of years ago. It was still there. That sun would rise at dawn and provide illumination and warmth for the many living beings in the area. For countless years, that had never changed and came to be taken for granted. It was still the same even now. However, this particular dawn was more special than those in the past. This dawn was brighter and warmer. Because the living people in the area were so used to the normal state of affairs, when something out of the ordinary happened, they were able to sense it immediately. That came as pure instinct. It was the same with cultivators and mortals alike, including non-humans and animals. When that unusual brightness filled the sky, non-humans, cultivators, mortals, and beasts everywhere looked up into the sky. All living beings were shocked to the core and were left trembling in heart and body. Astonishment, incredulity, disbelief, all sorts of emotions erupted within them. And that was because, in the sky over South Phoenix, the Holotide region, the South Hill region, and all the countless islands in the sea all of a sudden had two suns. Heaven and earth were illuminated with brilliant light. Thanks to the illumination of two suns, the pitch-black forbidden sea seemed emerald. The ships moving about on the waters as dawn broke stopped moving as those on board looked up into the sky in astonishment. Mortals spontaneously dropped down in worship. The mute and the two deputy directors were shaken to the core. Erniu's gasp rang out loud for everyone to hear. Huang Yan looked very, very serious. As everyone looked on, the decaying giant strode forth into the sky, dragging the bronze dragon chariot behind in a dazzling display. It was like a ball of fire, the essence of light, an enormous sun. That act of rising was the dawn itself. Within the boundless light and heat was Xu Qing in the chariot. His mind was an ethereal blank, his thoughts completely focused on the incarnation of Golden Crow, who was once again patrolling the world. Inside the chariot, the carvings of Golden Crow assimilates myriad spirits seemed to come alive and began flowing and glowing. Eventually, they converged into a blurry form with its back to Xu Qing, standing somberly in the chariot. That figure was the very same young man that Huang Yan had spotted. Xu Qing could now see the figure as well. His mind reeled as the Golden Crow projection around him shimmered, and the legacy of Golden Crow himself created a resonance between him and the other figure in the chariot. Xu Qing felt loneliness and sorrow. He sensed thoughts. The loneliness came from an incredibly long life. The sorrow came from the fall of a species. The thoughts were connections to Night Watch. Without even realizing it, Xu Qing sent his own thoughts inside, until he eventually heard a faint sigh. The Sun Tour, patrolling the world. The giant pulling the chariot shivered as light from the chariot flowed out. The chariot became golden, like a war chariot bursting with power. The light flowed over the giant, turning into golden armor and causing the giant's aura to become holy. The giant looked up, and its vacant eye sockets were filled with light. Then it howled a howl that echoed out through the sky as it walked in the direction of the outer sea. As everyone watched, the sun which had just emerged changed directions and sped, away from the inner sea. As it neared, the darkness of the outer sea trembled. After tens of thousands of years, it was finally seeing light. The light landed on the surface of the sea, and it was hard to tell if it was a reflection or the original color of the sea water, but it was violet. Golden Crow sped through the sky over the outer sea, filling it with light. Where the chariot went, daylight came, driving away the darkness and gloom and bringing clarity to the outer sea. The sea water there was originally pitch black, viscous, and incredibly buoyant. There were few waves there. The surface of the water was covered with ancient flotsam and jetsam. There were boulders, huge corpses, mysterious temple ruins, and the like. There were huge eyes that floated around like islands. There was a terrifying godly might that filled the water. There were vast, unknown entities the size of entire prefectures, standing on the surface of the water and staring up into the dome of heaven. They were looking at the sun that had once patrolled the world. Time passed. The giant dragged the chariot through the sky over the outer sea until midday, when the sunlight was the brightest. At that point, the giant slowed to a stop. Countless hidden gazes and streams of divine will rose from the outer sea to bear witness. A moment passed, and then the figure standing in the chariot in front of Xu Qing slowly turned around. He looked at Xu Qing. When the gaze hit Xu Qing, his mind spun. Countless pieces of information slammed into him like furious waves. This was a legacy. This was the true legacy from Golden Crow. The Golden Crow projection round Xu Qing glittered brightly. The young man closed his eyes. The giant outside of the chariot let loose a roar of grief, and then began the return trip. As the dragon chariot made its way off into the distance, the greedy darkness returned. The void created by the chariot was filled in. Eventually, evening fell, and the dragon chariot left the outer sea. The outer sea was pitch black once again. The giant's golden suit of armor gradually faded away, and the giant once again had a decaying fleshly body. The dragon chariot's light faded, and it once again became dilapidated. Evening faded away. Ernyu and Huang Yan saw the giant returning to the inner sea, step by step, its aura of death pulsing. The bronze dragon chariot came with it. When it entered the water, a gentle force emerged from the chariot, sending out Xu Qing, who was in the middle of accepting the legacy. The chariot sank to the bottom. The giant started pulling again, and an illusory palace appeared from within time on the seafloor. Outside of the palace, the giant stopped moving and knelt. A blurry young man stepped out of the chariot and walked into the palace. He walked very slowly, as if each step was full of sorrow. Upon reaching the highest point in the palace, the young man sat down in the chair there. Time glittered around him as the musicians appeared, and natural sounds welcome the moon drifted out. As the beautiful music played, the young man's head bowed. Sadly, as the music played, there was no moon named Night Watch that appeared above the forbidden sea. The loneliness became eternal. It overwhelmed the song. It overwhelmed time, and the palace once again began to blur. The walls crumbled and it turned into ruins. It became a tomb. Outside the tomb was the giant, who wept in grief. Up on the surface, on the mute's dharma ship, Xu Qing was seated cross-legged. The mute stood by, guarding him, his heart full of vigilance. It didn't matter who was present, the mute was on guard against them. The two deputy directors from the 7th Peak's Violent Crimes Division were visibly shaken. They looked at Xu Qing like he was a deity. What had happened that day surpassed anything they understood or could imagine. They had heard stories about the dragon chariot, but neither of them could ever have guessed that someone could sit inside of it and become a sun. Then participate in the sunrise and sunset. It was so mind-blowing to them that they could hardly breathe. Ernyu and Huang Yan couldn't take their eyes off Xu Qing. That was especially true of Ernyu. Xu Qing's actions had left him flabbergasted, and of course, he was extremely curious to find out how Xu Qing had benefited. Huang Yan wasn't curious about how Xu Qing had benefited, but he did have some questions about Crown Prince Golden Crow, though he was waiting to ask Xu Qing later. At a certain point, his serious expression flickered, and he suddenly looked off toward the horizon. A red glow had appeared in the night sky. The glow spread, invading the darkness and turning the sky crimson. It was the same with the sea as well. It turned into something like a sea of blood. The red light converged to form a god. The god approached and stepped onto the dharma ship. Instantly, the mute and the two deputy directors fell unconscious. A blood wind blew, stirring the god's red garments and his long hair. He seemed bizarrely handsome to Huang Yan and Ernyu. Ernyu's eyes narrowed, and he looked surprised. Rising in what seemed like a casual movement, he happened to place himself between the god and Xu Qing. Clasping hands, he bowed. "What a surprise to see you here, senior. No wonder I sensed all the glory in heaven and earth fading away. As it turns out, you were on the way, sir." Huang Yan said nothing, but he did start pulsing with terrifying fluctuations, and his expression was very serious. Yu Liuchen laughed softly. "You don't need to get all anxious. I came because Xu Qing owes me a favor." Sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand. A bamboo table appeared, along with 4 teacups. After pouring the tea, he picked up a cup, took a sip, and looked at Ernyu and Huang Yan. "Drink." 1. In earlier chapters, there was no way to know that Golden Crow was a name. In fact, the Golden Crow was also referred to by a different name. You might remember a footnote many chapters ago in the Nindons/Nindons arc, in which I mentioned how there is no capitalization of proper nouns in Chinese. I brought up the example of how you could have a character named Giraffe who is also a giraffe, or something like that. This Golden Crow thing is similar. That said, even if I had known from the beginning that Golden Crow was a name, I would have debated about whether to capitalize it from the beginning. Even in Chinese, it's not clear, so capitalizing early on would have been something of a spoiler. What's more, there is no indication that Golden Crow is the only Golden Crow in existence, so using the non-capitalized version up until the name reveal makes sense to me. Going forward, when referring to the bird form, I will use the lowercase, but when specifically referring to the Crown Prince, I'll capitalize it as his name. Chapter 998, Yu Liuchen's Favor. Yu Liuchun's arrival caused an invisible force to spread out through the dome of heaven and the forbidden sea. The sky went still, so did the sea. The waves seemed to just stop in place, maintaining their form but not moving. The currents simply froze in place. It made everything seem like a painting describing an unknown story. But then the god in that story extended an invitation. Ernyu could be sarcastic, but there was no way he would dare to refuse Yu Liuchun's tea. He had witnessed Yu Liuchun tell a story about Floating Fiend. It had started with a refusal to drink tea, and then everything got twisted, and Floating Fiend got yanked back and forth in the most miserable way imaginable. In the end, he collapsed mentally. This guy looks like a typical god, but according to the rumors I've heard, all the other gods call him petty. Plus, he has a weird quirk. The more people don't want to do something, the more he likes to force them to do it. Besides, what's out there that my stomach can't digest? I'm not afraid of this joker. With such thoughts on his mind, he unhesitatingly reached out, took a teacup, and drank. Eyes lighting up as if he had just consumed the most amazing delicacy, he sighed in admiration. Now that's some good tea. Delicious. Off to the side, Huang Yan remained stony-faced and didn't so much as touch the teacup. Yu Liuchun's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Huang Yan. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but he ultimately chuckled softly. Looking away from Huang Yan, he focused on the meditating Xu Qing. Addressing Xu Qing, he said, "Look, buddy, I can tell that you're actually awake and just pretending to be unaware of your surroundings. It actually reminds me of a tale I happen to know, the protagonist of which is named Xu Qing. Want me to tell the story?" When Xu Qing heard the word story mentioned, he immediately opened his eyes. A golden crow flew out from his eyes, sending out dazzling fire into the becalmed sea and sky. As it circled overhead, it let loose a crisp, clear cry. It flew higher and higher until it was as high as it could fly in the sky. There, it shivered, and the fire surrounding it grew more intense, sending out such explosive light and heat that it was like an incarnated sun. An ancient aura pulsed out from it, the pressure of a god. There were also 10 beams of immortal light that surrounded the golden crow. That was none other than Xu Qing's profound sun immortal light. Originally, it had consisted of 1 beam of light, but now there were 10. The 10 dazzling beams of immortal light combined with the golden crow, bolstering it and making it seem even more like a sun. The night was being burned away. Then the crow flew back into Xu Qing's eyes and vanished. The sky went dark again. However, Xu Qing's eyes now shone like suns. Rising to his feet, he bowed at the waist to Yu Liuchun. Xu Qing had been more than willing to listen to a story about Floating Fiend as told by Yu Liuchun, but he didn't dare to listen to a story about himself. Therefore, he needed to show some good manners. "I'm very interested in Golden Crow's story," Yu Liuchun said with a smile. Xu Qing didn't say anything at first. Golden Crow's legacy was far too majestic and also infinitely complex. It wasn't something he could truly comprehend in a short period of time. It would have to remain in his sea of consciousness as he slowly absorbed it. And until it was fully absorbed, Golden Crow's story would not be complete. Yu Liuchun obviously knew that. Xu Qing thought for a moment, then said, "If you want to hear the story, Senior, I can oblige." Yu Liuchun shook Hai's head and put Hai's teacup down. An incomplete story will contain too many uncertainties, and that would affect the quality. I'd rather wait until you know every final detail. Of course, I'm not asking to hear the story for free. We can discuss the details when the time comes. Now you owe me a favor, and you're going to repay it by being bait. In short order, you'll be coming with me on a quick trip to the outer sea. Xu Qing considered what it meant for Yu Liuchun to talk of bait and the outer sea. It was already causing some puzzle pieces to click together. After a few breaths of time passed, he looked at Yu Liuchun. "Senior, do you mind being a bit clearer?" Yu Liuchun smiled faintly. "I want to go on a fishing expedition." Huang Yan stood, his eyes flashing. Yu Liuchun turned to look at him with a serious expression, then projected a message to Huang Yan using divine will. Huang Yan frowned. Eyes still flashing, he said, "I'll respect Xu Qing's decision." Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. When in Golden Crow's dragon chariot, he had visited the outer sea, and though he still didn't understand much about it, he could tell it was a dangerous place. That said, he wasn't the same person he had been in the past. That was especially true now that he had Golden Crow's legacy, which meant that he did have some level of understanding about the place. As long as he was careful, going there wasn't out of the question. Most importantly, he did owe a favor to Yu Liuchen. Right now, Xu Qing asked. Right now, with a smile and a nod, Yu Liuchen stood. Let's go. With that, he strode up into the sky. Xu Qing took a deep breath. Huang Yan frowned. Xu Qing, I'm not going to interfere with your decision, but if you don't want to do this, just tell me. I'll think of something. Xu Qing shook his head. Senior Yu Liuchen saved me, and I have to pay back that favor. He had his principles. He didn't forget grudges, but at the same time, he didn't forget favors. Xu Qing strode up into the sky to join Yu Liuchen. Huang Yan could see that Xu Qing had made up his mind, so he said nothing further. When Erniu saw that Xu Qing and Yu Liuchen were about to leave, he blinked a few times, cleared his throat, and then plastered a flattering smile onto his face. Well, he said loudly, since I can't be of any help, I guess I won't be going along. Senior. Little junior brother, I wish you speedy success, and now I'll be off. With that, Erniu prepared to send the Dharma ship racing away, as if he didn't want to be involved in any capacity. Up in midair, Yu Liuchen looked down at Erniu. If you want to come along near, you can just say so. There's no need to play with words. Erniu shook his head, slapped himself on the chest, and loudly proclaimed, You misunderstand, Senior. I'm not going. I'm absolutely, positively not going. In fact, even if you beat the crap out of me, I still wouldn't go. Yu Liuchen's eyebrows shot up, and he smiled enigmatically. I suppose that means that if I don't beat the crap out of you, you will go. Since you want to go that much, then fine. Adding some extra bait to the fishing line sounds like a great idea. He waved his right hand, and Erniu floated up next to Xu Qing. Then Yu Liuchen strode forward, and the redness in the sky shrank down, converging into the form of a red cloud that shot off toward the outer sea. On the Dharma ship, Huang Yan watched silently as the red cloud disappeared in the distance. High in the sky, inside the red cloud, Erniu was scowling on the verge of tears. That said, based on what Xu Qing knew of his eldest brother, he could tell that he was secretly very pleased with himself. You can stop it with the act, Yu Liuchen said. I was going to bring you along as bait regardless of what you said. As long as the two of you don't have a death wish, this little situation will be dangerous but not fatal. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything at all. Xu Qing suddenly started feeling very uneasy and couldn't help but glance at Erniu. When it came to death wishes, if Erniu could be said to take second place in all of existence, then there couldn't be a person in first place. When Erniu saw Xu Qing looking at him that way, he felt a bit guilty. He cleared his throat. Senior, in order to make this the best fishing expedition possible, and in order to make sure you profit handsomely, then, maybe you could explain all the details of the mission. If you don't, sir, well, it's not as if our two lives are important, but it would be truly heartbreaking if your great plan went south. Xu Qing looked in the direction the red cloud was traveling. He had been thinking of saying the same thing Erniu had just said. After all, knowing the details of the mission would make things a lot safer. Yu Liuchen knew exactly what they were thinking. He laughed softly. Considering he had come to accept repayment of a favor from Xu Qing, it wouldn't make sense for him to hold things back. Besides, the mission at hand was extremely important to him. Thus, as the red cloud sped on its way, Hai's voice echoed into the ears of Xu Qing and Erniu. Before getting into the mission, I need to explain a bit about the outer sea. It's a very mysterious and unfathomable place, with a history that goes back farther than the brilliant heaven godfolk. Although, not even I know much about those times. What's more, there are many dangers there that not even my god perception can detect. As far as I can tell, the brilliant heaven godfolk probably came from the outer sea. It's the origin of their species. It was only after emerging from the sea that they established brilliant heaven. Later, though the progenitors of you cultivators crushed and sealed the brilliant heaven godfolk and built the revered ancient mainland atop brilliant heaven, they could never do anything about the outer sea. My guess is that the reason Crown Prince Golden Crow was left behind with authority to patrol the world had nothing to do with strength or power. Rather, it was because of bloodline. The outer sea is essentially a unique, standalone world. Xu Liuchun's words contained profound information that few people in the world were privy to. Xu Qing and Ernyu were both shaken deeply by what they were hearing. Now, as for this mission of mine, Xu Liuchun trailed off and stopped talking for a moment. Xu Qing, do you understand the difference between cultivators and gods? Xu Qing was still trying to digest the previous information. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Immortals cultivate essence, gods cultivate omniscience. Xu Liuchun laughed. You're right, but you're also wrong. The correct answer is this: immortals cultivate a true ego while gods cultivate a true name. That's why summer immortals can perish, but true gods are undying. If a true god is killed, it doesn't matter as long as their true name circulates in the starry sky. After enough years pass, they will return. Of course, what will return is that god, but at the same time is. Xu Liuchun's voice contained something very ancient within it. As it vanished into the surrounding cloud, Xu Qing and Ernyu looked at him standing in front of them. Hai's eyes were focused on the outer sea, while Hai's voice seemed to come from within ancient time itself. Your revered ancient has a history full of war. Your progenitors who came from the lower worlds defeated the brilliant heaven godfolk here. Although I didn't participate in that war, I've seen it within the time of revered ancient. And I saw a true god of the brilliant heaven godfolk being cut down in the outer sea. Later, during the tens of thousands of years that passed after I was injured, I told a story about that true god to time itself. Ultimately, about 1,000 years ago, time recognized my story, and I could sense an aura that indicated that true god had returned. The god is weak and is still in the process of awakening, but it's enough for me to finish telling the story. The reason I chose the two of you as bait is that both of you are connected to the summer immortals. You're linked by karma. This true god was originally killed by a summer immortal, and though the two of you aren't related to that specific summer immortal's essence, in this starry sky of the gods, there are only a few summer immortals. That's why you two are the best choice to be bait. I want to make use of your auras to lure out that extremely weak true god. I want my story to become true and real, and in that way, push my god altar to the very peak. And then I can find that most extremely elusive path to true god. Xu Liuchun wasn't hiding anything. By the time he finished explaining his mission, Xu Qing and Ernyu were shaken to the core. And that was when the red cloud stopped moving. They had arrived at the outer sea. On the surface of the water, there was an endless line. On one side, everything was black. That was the inner sea. On the other side, everything was violet. That was the outer sea, chapter 999, the Gruish outer sea. The canopy of heaven was not pitch black. The blood cloud became a source of light, casting a crimson glow out in all directions. Xu Qing and Ernyu were inside the cloud listening to Xu Liuchun and looking out at the surface of the sea. The dividing line between the black and violet parts of the sea formed an infinite scar on the surface of the water. It was a very clear border marking the boundary between the inner and outer parts of the Forbidden Sea. The inner sea was definitely a dangerous place, but comparatively speaking, that danger could be kept in control. Whether it was Emperor Receiving Prefecture, the continent of South Phoenix, or even the South Hill region and the countless islands of the sea, such areas had been explored for tens of thousands of years. Granted, there were different areas suitable for different levels of cultivation base, but the generations of exploration ensured that the inner sea wasn't a complete mystery. But the outer sea was considered taboo to the living beings of revered ancient, even back when it was patrolled by a sun and moon. People who qualified to go there were as rare as phoenix feathers or killin horns. Without the proper cultivation base, people who forced their way into the outer sea wouldn't last very long before they were killed in body and soul. In fact, there were many times when someone died without even knowing how they had perished. It almost wasn't necessary to mention how things changed tens of thousands of years later, when Golden Crow and Night Watch perished, depriving the outer sea of a sun and moon. After that, the place was cloaked in endless darkness and gloom, and it became even more difficult to find people who were qualified to explore the place. From then on, the primary features of the outer sea became mystery and the unknown. Although Yu Liuqin's description had pulled back some of the veil that covered the outer sea, the truth was that what lay beneath that veil was still boundlessly enigmatical, endlessly abstruse. Erniu was actually struck speechless and wasn't even sure what to make of the new information. As he looked at the outer sea, his eyes contained mixed emotions. Xu Qing likewise struggled to balance the myriad thoughts and emotions running through him. Given what he had seen when riding the dragon chariot and receiving that legacy, he could tell that what Yu Liuqin had just told them was almost certainly true. The outer sea has a history that goes back farther than the brilliant heaven godfolk, and the brilliant heaven godfolk actually came from the outer sea. If that's the case, then where did this so-called outer sea actually come from? Xu Qing already had a speculation. He looked up at the dome of heaven, to the broken face of the god suspended above revered ancient. So, why did he come to revered ancient? For tens of thousands of years, countless people had wondered about that, but there had never been an answer. Theories were proliferating within Xu Qing's heart and mind. Meanwhile, Yu Liuqin took a deep breath and softly asked, "Can you smell that?" Xu Qing nodded. It was the aroma of blood, and it came from the outer sea. In fact, to be most precise, it was the aura of the outer sea. It was similar to that of the inner sea, but was completely different on a substructural level. Before the Father God came, Yu Liuqin went on, the outer sea was this exact same color. Black is the color of the godly aura of the brilliant heaven godfolk, but mix that with the blood of other unknown entities, and you get a sea the color violet. Later, the Father God's aura invaded the outer sea, and thus, the godly aura that you cultivators call mutagen became stronger and more complex. That was how this delicious aroma developed. It makes me think of a legend that circulates in all of the star rings. Eyes gleaming, Yu Liuqin yet again took a deep breath, savoring the bloody aroma of the outer sea. Meanwhile, Xu Qing and Erniu exchanged a glance. "Senior," Xu Qing said quietly, "what legend are you talking about?" Yu Liuqin gave Xu Qing a very meaningful look, then looked up at the magnificent broken face hanging high in the dome of heaven. "It's a legend about the Father God," he said simply. He clearly wasn't willing to go into any further detail about the legend. Waving Hai's right hand, he sent the red cloud flying toward the boundary between the inner and outer seas. An instant later, the red cloud crossed from the black to the violet. Xu Qing and Erniu were officially in the outer sea. At that point, the red cloud stopped moving and started fading from existence. Yet again, Yu Liuqin's voice echoed out. "I want the two of you to travel onward alone. Go deep into the outer sea. As far as you can go, you don't need to do anything other than that. Your mere presence is enough to make you the perfect bait." Along with the words came a force of expulsion that sent Xu Qing and Erniu flying out of the cloud and toward the violet surface of the sea. Xu Qing immediately produced his dreadnought, which looked like the old woman Join. In the inner sea, a dreadnought landing on the surface of the water would create massive waves. But this was the outer sea. Despite only being on the edge of it, the water was extremely dense, and any waves that resulted were hardly visible. The surface of the sea looked like dead water that wasn't moving at all. The dreadnought was likewise not moving. As Xu Qing and Erniu stood atop it, they could sense the profundity of the outer sea, and as such, they kept fully on guard. There was a mysterious and unnameable pressure in the outer sea, as well as a terrifying aura. Combined with other unknown substances, it created an intangible mental tempest that battered against them constantly. Xu Qing shivered. Erniu was breathing heavily. Already, they could sense their souls trembling. At the same time, an intense trepidation arose within their hearts, something they couldn't control as it spread to fill them. It was a sensation similar to that experienced by Xu Qing years ago when he went out to sea for the first time after joining Seven Blood Eyes. Back then, the inner sea had seemed like a place of infinite mystery and danger. He got the same feeling again right now, too. It took a short time for them to acclimate. Then they exchanged another glance. Erniu sighed. I was assuming we would go to a specific destination and then get used as bait. I never imagined that we would be asked to wander freely. Erniu was slightly irritated and was increasingly coming to the conclusion that Yu Liuchen was a very lazy god. It would have been one thing for Yu Liuchen to use the two of them on a fishing expedition, but as it turned out, the bait was supposed to go running around. So very obviously unprofessional. Erniu squatted down and looked more closely at the violet water. Meanwhile, Xu Qing thought about the situation for the moment and then decided to provide a quick reminder. Eldest brother, back on Golden Crow's dragon chariot, I saw a good deal of the outer sea. There are a lot of very terrifying things out here. If I were you, I'd avoid doing anything suicidal. Erniu was not very pleased to hear Xu Qing talking like that. Little Ah Qing, how could you talk about me, your eldest brother, in such a manner? That was extremely hurtful. I'm the kind of person who never ever does suicidal things. If I were that kind of person, how could I still be alive right now? Xu Qing did nothing except look calmly at Erniu. His gaze caused a bit of guilt to spark within Erniu. He cleared his throat. All right, fine, I won't do anything suicidal. Xu Qing nodded, then performed a right-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, the dreadnought's defensive shields activated, surrounding them on all sides. And then, Xu Qing poured power into the unique dreadnought to send it rumbling into motion. 3 days passed. During that time, there was no change between day and night. Everything was pitch black. The silence only grew deeper. They hardly ever heard the sound of waves. In fact, based on sound alone, it almost didn't seem like they were out at sea. However, the humidity from the water and the increasingly strong smell of blood were a constant reminder to Xu Qing that they were definitely in the outer sea. Whether the dreadnought was in the inner sea or the revered ancient mainland, it had astounding defenses and could be considered physically enormous. But after only 3 days in the outer sea, it was covered by a violet fog. And that fog was already starting to decay the defensive shields. After sensing what was happening, Xu Qing and Erniu both looked very serious. It was the type of decay that normally occurred with the passage of great amounts of time. This outer sea really is an unusual place, Erniu said, reaching out to touch the layer of fog outside the dreadnought. It's not just pitch black and completely silent. The complex mutagen has extremely gruish effects on foreign objects. The dreadnought has only been under the effects for 3 days, but it seems more like it's been 1,000 years. Xu Qing was about to reply when he suddenly looked off into the distance. Erniu detected the same thing and looked in the same direction. Given the level of their cultivation bases, they were able to see some things in the darkness of the outer sea, although their vision was definitely limited. And thus, they could see the vague outline of some objects floating up ahead. They were jagged rocks of varying sizes and shapes, floating on the surface of the water. It was as if they weren't capable of sinking down. All of them emanated ancient auras that seemed to bear witness to the passage of unfathomable amounts of time. Xu Qing had seen similar scenes when riding the dragon chariot. There were many areas full of ruins in the outer sea. Back then, he hadn't paid very close attention to them, but right now, his eyes glittered darkly. Something off here, eldest brother. Xu Qing walked to the edge of the dreadnought and sent his god source into his eyes as he looked at the floating rocks. Beyond the rocks were some sprawling ruins atop the water. It was as if a city had once stood here, only for it to crumble, leaving behind shattered walls and devastated buildings. In the middle of the ruins was a damaged temple. There was a figure visible in the temple. It was a little girl dressed in an ancient style of clothing. She sat on a broken section of wall, her feet bare and her legs swinging back and forth in a very relaxed manner. She appeared to be singing a song, except that no words came out of her mouth. However, she was surrounded by a host of shocking ghosts that were bowing to her in worship. 3. The moment Xu Qing spotted the girl, his heart seized, and a spine-tingling sensation exploded within him. It was an instinctive reaction from his soul telling him that he was in extreme danger. Ernio was using his own methods to observe the scene, and his pupils constricted. Shivering, he projected a message to Xu Qing via divine will. What the hell is that thing? It doesn't look like a ghost, but also doesn't look like a god. It's definitely not a cultivator. It doesn't even have an aura of death. Wait, hold on. It doesn't have any aura at all. Don't tell me this is the god Yu Liuchen is fishing for. But if that's the case, why do I get the sense that this thing is even more terrifying than Yu Liuchen himself? Ernio's intuition was usually spot on, and right now, it was telling him that this entity was vastly more dangerous than Yu Liuchen. Little Ah Qing, what are the chances Yu Liuchen will hook a shark on this fishing expedition and end up getting himself killed? Looking very serious, Xu Qing set the dreadnought on a different course in order to go around the area. However, that was when the girl on the wall in the temple suddenly turned to look at them. Her eyes were pure black, but there was a smile on her face. Next, Xu Qing's mind reeled as the god source in his eyes collapsed. His line of sight collapsed, and all he could see was darkness. At the same time, he felt as if there was something extremely cold behind him, right on his back. A tender voice spoke directly into his mind, clear and crisp. Don't go any further than this, sweetie. Beyond this point, you'll only find the end of the sea and the end of life itself. 1. As mentioned in the footnote in chapter 915, the Join version of his dreadnought seems to be an author mistake. In the events of chapter 726 and 732, the dreadnought Zhang San gave Xu Qing was based on a dawning sun. It was actually his spirit cruiser that looked like Join. Reference, chapter 551.1. That said, whether it's a mistake or not, apparently the author has his dreadnought looking like Join now. 2. Xu Qing went out to sea for the first time in chapters 79-81, roughly speaking. That's also when he saw the giant and chariot for the first time. If you go back and read those chapters, you won't find any lines that directly mention him experiencing a sudden onset of trepidation. However, those chapters in general do emphasize the danger and mystery. 3. To us, pretty much all clothing worn during the imperial dynasties of China would be considered ancient. But the clothing styles changed a lot over the years. To someone in the Ming dynasty, someone wearing Tang dynasty clothing would look ancient. Based on TV shows, movies, and my imagination, I feel like the typical Xianxia clothing is supposed to be like the fashion of Song or Tang, which would make ancient clothing in a Xianxia universe be like something from Qin or Han. That said, if you take common Xianxia games to be canon, then the fashion is almost purely fantasy and not based on anything historical at all, in which case the ancient clothing would be based on the whim of the art director. If you're interested in this kind of thing, check out this Google image search of Chinese fashion through the ages. Chapter 1000. Nervous, exhausted, drained. The indistinct voice carried a frigid coldness that, upon entering the mind, became as icy as a glacier. In fact, it almost seemed like it could make chunks of ice form in the soul. Waves of frigid will spread through Xu Qing's soul, quickly affecting his senses, until he felt like all bits of warmth had left him. Cold permeated him. Every single word spoken to him was like a curse, sending the frigid energy into his sea of consciousness, causing his god source to become as inert as if it was dead. And that made the frigid will seem like something eternal. The sensation caused Xu Qing's consciousness to stagnate. However, in the very last moment before his mind went completely blank, he sent some god perception to the golden crow within him. All of a sudden, the cry of the golden crow echoed in Xu Qing's mind. The sound was like a summoning, drawing the sun out from within Xu Qing's body. As a result, Xu Qing's body was like a world, and within that world the sun rose, shining onto his soul. Black fire surged, spreading through every part of him. 10 beams of profound sun immortal light appeared, unleashing boundless light and heat. As of this moment, there was sunrise in his sea of consciousness, casting a boundless glow. The moment it made contact with the frigid coldness, a faint sigh drifted into Xu Qing's mind. Don't forget about what I warned you, sweetie. Also, your friend is wrong. I'm not a freakish monster. If he badmouths me again, I'll take him away with me. It was hard to tell if it was because of the sun within Xu Qing, or because the little girl had changed her mind. But either way, after the mysterious voice spoke, the coldness on Xu Qing's back vanished. He heard laughter disappearing off into the distance. All of a sudden, the darkness in front of him and the coldness inside burst into flames. The coldness was burned away, and his sensations returned. The moment he could see, he inhaled sharply and looked over his shoulder. There wasn't anything behind him other than Ernyu, who looked like he had been frozen into ice. That said, there was a warm flow pulsing off him, as well as the fragrant aroma of tea. As a result, the frigid coldness was already melting. The tea was the very same tea that Yu Liuchen had offered as a gift. Upon confirming that his eldest brother was unharmed, Xu Qing forced himself to calm down. Taking control of the dreadnought, he sent it speeding around the ruins, which took roughly an incense stick's worth of time. After getting a good distance away, Xu Qing turned to look back into the darkness, his face pale. He could still just barely make out the crumbling buildings. He was now more on guard against the outer sea than ever. Was that a god? Xu Qing's heart thumped with lingering fear. He had encountered many gods, and though that little girl had seemed like she was connected to gods in some way, she herself didn't seem like a god. At the very last moment, my immortal light seemed effective, except that girl also seemed to leave of her own volition. Did the light really do anything? As for my friend who called her a freakish monster. Xu Qing looked silently at Ernyu as an ice statue. Waving his hand, he sent some immortal light over to the statue. The ice gradually melted. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, it was gone, and Ernyu's eyes opened wide. The first thing he did was open his mouth wide and deeply inhale the lingering frigid energy. He shivered, and frost formed on his eyebrows. Normally speaking, he was the person who used ice as an asset, but even despite the danger, he couldn't suppress his greed. Even though the frigid energy made it seem like he might end up frozen again, he still consumed it. A moment later, his face fell and he vomited. Out came a massive, rotting clump of head hair. As the head hair fell, it turned into frigid energy that scattered in all directions. It took a while to vomit up all the hair, after which Ernyu shivered in fear. He dropped into a sitting position and looked back at the ruins. I miscalculated. That wasn't frigid energy. That was a combination of death energy and corpse energy, completely and utterly revolting. Eating it didn't help me one bit. And that thing, that freakish moan. It told me to tell you that if you badmouthed it, Xu Qing quickly interrupted, it would take you away with it. Ernyu's mouth clamped shut. He was actually shocked. Thinking back to the moment that little girl had turned around, he realized that his inner monologue had indeed involved calling her a freakish monster. Could it be that she came over because of something I merely thought? How petty. In the end, Ernyu couldn't be sure. There was someone else who was even less sure of what had just played out, and that was Yu Liuchen. He was hiding in the void and looking at those ruins with a very serious expression. What he could see was very different from what Xu Qing and Ernyu had seen. What they saw as ruins did not appear to be ruins to him. He saw endless hair, wrapped up endlessly into a huge hairball. It was rotting, withered, and putrid as it spread out in all directions. The little girl was actually made from a huge conglomeration of hair and emanated a boundless sense of vile evil as she stared at Yu Liuchen. Was it Xu Qing's special qualities that attracted that thing, or was it the ox's unusual attributes? After a moment of hesitation, Yu Liuchen chose the path of peace and harmony. Extracting a thread of God source from himself, he turned it into a cup of tea that he sent floating over to the little girl. Please drink. The little girl smiled and sent out a mass of hairs that wrapped around the teacup. The teacup was pulled back into the hairball ruins, where it vanished. Time passed. Ernyu vomited a few more times, yet was clearly still having stomach issues. About half a month passed during which his entire body turned black, and he began to grow rotting hair all over. Eventually, He had so much hair that if he shed his clothing, he looked like was covered in fur. Not even shaving could get rid of it. Of course, there was little need to mention that Erniu's personality was unusual. Although he was a bit upset at first, after a few days, he got used to the hair and even started to seem pleased with it. Little Ah Qing, based on what I can tell, this hair has some amazing defensive properties. Now that my body is covered, it's basically like having a suit of hair armor. Plus, it's very warm and comfortable. This is great. Truly great. I think I'll grow it out a bit longer, then figure out a way to cut it off and weave it into a garment. I bet I could sell it for a very hefty price. Eyes gleaming, Erniu stroked the hair. What's more, I've come to realize that after growing this hair out, things have been much safer than before. Think about it, during this entire time, we haven't run into anything dangerous. Sadly, the pressure here is too intense to be able to fly very far. Otherwise, we could probably make much better progress. Xu Qing wasn't inclined to pay much attention to Erniu's ramblings. Sitting down, he closed his eyes to meditate while Erniu took a breath to continue blustering. But then, Xu Qing's eyes snapped open and Erniu stopped talking. Both of them looked off into the distance. Far ahead of the dreadnought, in what had previously been a mass of complete darkness, something unexpected had appeared. A sun was rising up from the surface of the water. It was huge and majestic, and the moment it appeared, it cast brilliant light into the sky. The sea water rippled, reflecting the sun and its light, casting it out in all directions. It was the blood-red color of sunset. Xu Qing shivered inwardly. Erniu's eyes went wide. And yet, it didn't take long for them to realize that this thing wasn't actually a sun. That was because, all of a sudden, a second sun rose from the surface of the water in a different direction. And things weren't over after that. Further off, a third one appeared. Then came a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. Heaven and earth grew brighter and brighter as, in the space of an incense stick's worth of time, more than 30 suns rose up into the air. All were bright, though some were more intense while others were somewhat weak. The light they cast couldn't travel very far and definitely couldn't cover the entire outer sea. It could only shine on certain areas. Strangely, they didn't emanate any heat whatsoever. And even more gruish was the fact that these rising suns would quickly drop back down. They did so at different rates, occasionally shooting up into the sky and occasionally dropping down into the sea. As a result, the outer sea areas that were affected experienced intersecting periods of light and dark. Mutagen grew stronger. The godly aura grew more viscous. Moments later, even as Xu Qing and Erniu felt their hearts pounding, a slit appeared on one of the more than 30 suns, the one closest to them. The slit ran right down the middle of the sun. The slit opened. It looked like an eye. In fact, precisely speaking, it was an eye. It was as if it had been woken from sleep and was now staring at the dreadnought occupied by Xu Qing and Erniu. The moment the gaze landed on the dreadnought, it started crumbling away. Ripples and distortions spread in the air, and Xu Qing and Erniu were affected. Their bodies almost immediately showed signs of mutation. Shockingly, Erniu shivered, and when he spoke next, his voice was shrill. "Ah Qing, hurry up and start dancing with me. This is the dream of some unknown god, and it's a terrifying god with dreams that are half real." Erniu jumped up and started dancing, causing the fur covering him to sway back and forth. This, of course, was a dance especially designed to be performed for gods. He even started chanting some sort of lyrics, which were some sort of sacrifice. Xu Qing didn't dare to react too slowly, so he jumped up and started dancing with Erniu. In a past life in the Moonlight region, Erniu had been the grand dancer, and thus had learned a lot about the dreams of gods. And thus, as he danced, the sun-like eyes stopped in midair and watched the show. Time ticked by. 6 hours later, the huge eye slowly closed. Then, along with the other sun eyes, it dropped back down into the sea and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing sent the battered dreadnought flying off into the darkness. After some time passed in which they confirmed nothing unusual was going on, Xu Qing and Erniu breathed sighs of relief. Looking at each other, they chuckled bitterly. "Little Ah Qing, do you think that Yu Liuchen fellow is still around? I feel like this place is just too dangerous. Xu Liuchen probably already caught the fish he was after. What do you say we head back? Xu Qing mulled it over, looked around, and then nodded. We can go back the way we came. If Senior Xu Liuchen has an issue with that, he can just come out and tell us. Exactly, and if he doesn't show up, then it will prove that he's okay with us leaving. After exchanging another glance, they unhesitatingly sent the dreadnought shooting back toward the inner sea. The very same Xu Liuchen they were wondering about was currently down on the seafloor. Down there, the more than 30 suns that had sunk down under the surface of the water had reverted to their original appearance and were now clustered together in a group. They looked like more than 30 enormous eyeballs, connected with draping strings of slime. To some extent, they somewhat resembled grapes. And they were staring at Xu Liuchen. Xu Liuchen wasn't making any moves, but inside, he was cursing. This was not Hai's first time in the outer sea. In fact, he had explored it on many occasions. The outer sea was a mysterious place, and had many locations that even he would consider dangerous. But the reality was that it was massive to the point of being boundless, and thus, as long as he didn't explore too deeply, it was unlikely that he would encounter anything that would prompt him to extend an offer to drink tea. But things had changed this time around. It might have been possible to chalk up that little girl to coincidence, but what he was looking at now was something that, normally speaking, lived in the depths of the outer sea. It was quite unexpected to encounter something like this here. After all, this location was far, far away from the true depths. In fact, it could be considered coastal waters. Granted, I brought them here to be bait, but why are they attracting so many random things? Xu Liuchen sighed inwardly. Realizing there was nothing he could do about it, he waved Hai's hand to send a cup of tea over. Please drink. The grape-like eyes all narrowed their eyelids, then sent out a branch-like tentacle that wrapped around the teacup and slowly dragged it down to the seafloor. Then the grape-like eyes vanished. Xu Liuchen was mentally exhausted. Sensing that Xu Qing and Erniu were leaving, he hesitated briefly, then decided not to stop them. Coastal waters are coastal waters, after all. Hopefully things will be safer going forward. Besides, I can already sense that the true god I want to hook is on the move. And this god is definitely very weak. Expectation started to build within Xu Liuchen. However, there was quite a big difference between expectation and reality. The story told by this god, whose godly authority related to stories, was apparently being influenced in the outer sea. That became very apparent a few days later, on the very still and peaceful outer sea. Ah Qing, Erniu said, I was thinking about the past few days, and I realized that the situation with that little girl happened after I badmouthed her in my inner dialogue. And then the situation with the suns happened after I mentioned us being safe. He looked seriously at Xu Qing. Something strange is going on. It's almost as if my words have some unusual power here in the outer sea. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? Xu Qing looked back at Erniu, and his expression turned very serious. The truth was that he had been thinking something very similar, although his conclusion wasn't that everything had to do with his eldest brother, but rather his own connection to Golden Crow. Ever since coming to the outer sea, he had felt as if there was an ancient gaze secretly focused on him. After what Erniu just said, Xu Qing couldn't help but ask, what legend? Erniu took a deep breath. The legend tells the story of the outer sea lord of yesteryear. He was incomparably handsome, matchless in the world, graceful with innumerable concubines. He was primeval, ancient, and gloriously holy. But one day he grew tired of being so unequaled. And thus he left the sea. On the eve of departure, he said, when I return, all gods will come and bow to me. Erniu cleared his throat. At first, Xu Qing had been paying very close attention, but he quickly came to realize that something about the story sounded off. Eldest brother, where did that legend originate? Me, of course, Erniu chuckled, and his fur jiggled. I'm just joking around. Ha ha ha. I could tell that you were feeling more and more nervous the past few days, and I just wanted to calm you down. Based on my calculations, we passed through his area earlier, and it's a very safe. Before Erniu could finish speaking, something extremely dramatic happened. Intense rumbling sounds filled the area they were in, completely shattering the calm of the outer sea. Huge waves even broke out on the surface of the water. It was like a tsunami. This was unlike anything that had happened before. Xu Qing shivered. Erneu's eyes went wide, and he gasped. Neither of them hesitated at all to immediately power up the dreadnought and send it flying up into the air and away from the surface. Unfortunately, the water was actually rising up into the air as well. If one could look down on the scene from high above, it would be obvious that the rising portion of the sea was circular in shape. And it was so massive that, compared to it, the dreadnought was like a tiny dot. As that circular section of sea rose higher and higher, it became clear that it was actually a bowl. Astonishingly, this area of the sea was actually inside a gigantic bowl. Next to become visible was a many-armed sea demon larger than an entire prefecture, rising up from the water. The only words that could describe it were hair-raising, destabilizing, and extremely disturbing. It was just too big. It held something in each of its hands, and in one of those hands was the sea bowl Xu Qing and Erneu were in. And it was on the move. Xu Qing and Erneu were reeling and didn't dare to move a muscle. Clearly, they were as insignificant as dust to this terrifying sea demon. A few hours passed, whereupon the gargantuan sea demon sank back down into the water, disappearing as if it had never been there. The bowl also sank away. Xu Qing and Erneu stood on the dreadnought, their faces pale. Some distance away in the void, Yu Liuchen's face was also pale. There's something seriously wrong with these two. Otherwise, why would they be attracting the notice of so many ancient entities? I brought them to be bait, but I didn't mean for them to hook things like this. Yu Liuchen was starting to get the sense that if these two were allowed to roam free, they would very likely attract even more terrifying entities. And if that happened before the fish he wanted to hook arrived, then it was very possible that both the fisherman and the bait would perish. With such thoughts in mind, Yu Liuchen unhesitatingly vanished, then reappeared on the dreadnought with Xu Qing and Erneu. Upon seeing Yu Liuchen, Xu Qing and Erneu guiltily clasped hands and bowed. "There's no need for bowing and scraping," Yu Liuchen said. "I'm taking you out of here." "Huh," Erneu blurted. "You're not going to just let us go on our own." "If you go on your own, I'm afraid I'm going to run into something that'll end up devouring me in a single bite." Not wanting to waste any time, Yu Liuchen waved his hand to grab up Xu Qing and Erneu, then stepped up into the dome of heaven. "Stop joking around, Senior," Erneu said. "With you around, it wouldn't be possible to run into something that'll devour." Right then, Xu Qing inhaled sharply, and his scalp tingled as he thought back to what his eldest brother had mentioned earlier. He was just going to speak up to warn Yu Liuchen when Yu Liuchen suddenly looked to the side. Hai's face fell. Xu Qing and Erneu could sense that something was off, so they turned to look in the same direction. "Why's the sky turning red?" Erneu murmured, his eyes widening with panic. "Do my words really have this much of an effect on the outer sea?" As for Xu Qing, he was dumbstruck, but at the same time sensed something else. He felt more clearly than ever that there was an ancient gaze focused on him. All of a sudden, the sky fell. It was as if some heaven-shaking, earth-shattering entity had opened its mouth. Either that, or this entity's mouth had always been opened, and now it was taking a bite. 1. We learned in chapter 578 that Erneu was the grand dancer. It was mentioned in a few other chapters, notably chapter 679.